the work you're putting in it. But at the end of the day, if you're smiling with this, I'm smiling.
Yes, sir.
Because I think no one in this room put more effort in it than you did. And I want to thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
But so at the end of the day, you put your stamp on this.
Yes, sir.
And you believe this is the right thing for our state.
Yes, sir. We've put a lot of work, and we've listened to everybody that have came to the table or been involved in this process, and we have tried to make sure that we are addressing the needs and concerns of our community.
And as a citizen of the United States of America, if we're talking about constitutional rights,
Yes, sir.
this is our constitutional right.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you for upholding our Constitution
Yes, sir. Thank
and all
you.
your work. Thank you,
Appreciate
Mr.
your
Speaker.
support.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a couple of questions. Those states, are you able to provide for us how long their actions, this particular bill has been in force or in action?
Yes, ma'am.
The 21 states?
Alaska was effective September 9, 2003. Arizona, July the 29th of 2010. Arkansas, August 16, 2013. Iowa, don't show the date on that one. Idaho, July the 1st of 2016. Kansas, July the 1st, 2015. Kentucky, July the 27th of 2019. Maine, October 12th, 2015. Mississippi, July the 1st, 2015. Missouri, January the 1st, 2017. Montana, February the 18th of 21. New Hampshire, February the 22nd of 2017. North Dakota, August the 1st of 2017. Oklahoma, November the 1st, 2019. South Dakota, July the 1st, 2019. Tennessee, July the 1st of 21. Texas, September 1st of 21. Utah, May the 5th of 21. Vermont, March 4th, 1791. West Virginia, May 26th of 2016.
Okay, thank you. So I noticed that out of those, maybe there are three, at least three, that have fallen within the last year.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, thank you for that information, and I noted that three of those states, one that's close to us is Tennessee, have put theirs have become in force in 21.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You indicated that I had a note here. The financial grant is going to be based on the data, and I was wondering, that's what I was trying to find out, what the database, the time for these to start, to collect database, that if you collected, so if you start in 23, January of 23, how much time are you looking to determine whether or not the officers or the sheriff has a need for or an opportunity to apply for funds?
So my understanding, the way it's reading, that they will be able to apply in 2023, and I guess it would be whatever their physical budget ends, and they would be able to apply based on the statistics from 2022, the sales that they had during that time.
But we're starting, so 22, okay. How many members were on the committee?
6.
I noticed your report only indicated 4.
No, ma'am. There was 4. There was 4 that approved the changes, and there were 2 that were not, and the 2 that did not have to sign the form.
Okay, so only the ones, okay, so so that's, because I was thinking that you left somebody out of the discussion.
No,
So
ma'am.
they were able to have input.
Yes, ma'am.
And indicate to you, was any of their input considered?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. We
Okay.
listened. We had a very productive conference meeting.
The data from the FBI that you say we need, that has prompted you to do what you are doing now as it relates to this bill, do you have that available?
I do not think I have the actual FBI statistics
Right.
with me.
Okay.
But I can look real quick and see. I've got quite a bit of information.
Well, yeah, it's not necessary for you to look now. If you make sure I get that, I'd be
Yes.
interested in it. How
Yes,
many
ma'am.
years was that, and the number of years it's been collected?
The FBI statistics go back probably till in the early 1990, 91, somewhere, maybe even earlier than that.
So when we did a bill similar to this 2 years ago?
I'm not sure. Could have
Okay, so we didn't do anything, this is the first on permitless carry.
Do what now?
I said, this bill of this that we have today is the first time we've introduced a bill at this level, this bill.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
So what did we do? Well, no, I'll check that out later. Thank you.
Yes.
You've done, I think you've answered all of the questions that I have. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And the chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Reverend Stringer, I tell you, you've done so much work on this bill, not only you, but so many other members of this body. And this legislation has been worked on for a long time, a very long time. And I appreciate your work. And I appreciate the fact that you wanted to get it right. We didn't just take what was given to us and send back what we had. Instead, we wanted to make it right, wanted to make it perfect, so that we're actually getting a good bill to the people of the state of Alabama.
That's correct. It would have been a lot easier just to concur, but we wanted to make sure that we fixed and corrected any of the problems we could.
That's right, and I appreciate the fact that you allowed the body to voice their opinion on this, to non-concur and to correct this and to get it right. I do like the changes that you made in Section 5 in particular, because I think that the legislation, the wording that was sent down to us opened itself up to a lot of potential problems. I like that. I like the fact that on Section 6, under number 1, certified in writing that each pistol permit issued by the office of sheriff in the preceding quarter was issued only following completion of a background check through the National Institute's Instant Criminal Background Check, NICS, and that the office of the sheriff within the preceding 12 months has trained each employee, officer, or agent involved in the issuance of pistol permits on how and when to perform an NICS background check. I like that because that actually puts that back to the sheriffs to have to be doing it the right way.
Yeah, and that was a problem. We determined throughout this process that there was some issues with the background training within the departments, that they were not getting the proper training, which resulted in not doing the background checks or the next checks, which is the whole reason or whole purpose for the permit. So it was extremely important that we address that and fix that. You know, I think the ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearm, has really attempted to fix this and been doing a lot of work with the state and with our sheriff's departments and offering the training that they're needed to address this. And it's an extreme major concern for me for officer safety and for citizen safety, the way it was being conducted.
Well, and you know, you brought up something earlier about criminals not getting pistol permits. And I'll tell you a quick story on that. That's a personal experience that I had. I was at a gun show and was looking at some stuff on a table and had two girls come up beside me and were looking at some pistols, and they had two guys standing off in the corner. And so I was going to say something to the guy that had the table there, but they tried to buy a pistol, and the guy running the booth said, "Well, no, I can't sell them to you." And they said, "Well, why not?" And he said, "Well, I don't think you're buying them for yourself."
Correct.
They were straw buyers, you know. They were going to buy them for their boyfriends over there. But my point in saying that is those guys weren't going to go get a pistol permit.
Nope.
They had no plan to get a pistol permit.
That's correct, and that's where the prohibited person database comes in. That person, if he is prohibited in getting someone else to purchase that firearm, doing the straw buy for him or straw purchase, and he gets pulled over or stopped with that gun later, and he's in that prohibited person database, then it would give the law enforcement the information they needed to address him. And instead of putting him in jail on a misdemeanor, no pistol permit, that person would now go to jail for a certain person's forbidden, which is a felony.
So really the system we have in place right now without the prohibited person database is not as safe as what we're moving to. In effect, we're going to catch those people that are falling through the crack right now, that since we're just relying on pistol permit checks to get them, right?
That is correct. It's going to be a much better system.
So in essence, I think that what we're doing here today is we're actually keeping people safer because we're moving towards a system through Representative Roberts' bill that with the prohibitive database that we'll be able to catch those people that are falling through the cracks. And then by moving in this system, I just think that we're moving something that's going to actually keep people safer.
Yeah, I do too, and I think it's going to help the officers across the state. There's a lot of issues with the permit offices only being open from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, and the officers have problems getting confirming whether a permit is valid on the scene, which could result in a prohibited person from driving off from a traffic stop from a law enforcement officer with a weapon. So this is going to be a 24, with the prohibited person database, this is going to be a 24-hour-a-day system that law enforcement officers will have access to, and anytime they run a vehicle or a person, then it will tell them if they're prohibited versus the permits that sometimes cannot even be verified.
Yeah, because right now, if I pull you over and you're from some county in North Alabama, let's say, and I'm an officer down in Southeast Alabama, I pull you over on a Sunday night and it's 2 a.m., am I going to know?
It depends. There's very few sheriff's departments that have, their dispatch has access to their pistol permit. So it's going to be the luck of the draw in which department you get to whether you'll be able to confirm that. The other issue is there's in 67 counties, almost every county has a different looking permit, and that's a problem. And it's problematic because the law enforcement across the state do not know what the permits look like from county to county. And a lot of the times in traffic stops, they're taking these permits at face value. And we all know in this day and age with technology and the printers that we have available, that with the counterfeit permits that would be available, it would not be hard to produce a counterfeit permit and not be able to validate it, and the officer would never know any different.
That's right. Well, is it your belief that concealed carry actually keeps people safer?
I think it does. I think a criminal is going to be less likely to try you if he suspects or thinks that you're armed. They don't want to get hurt or die. They don't want to get killed. So, they're gonna prey on people they feel like is unarmed or more likely to be a victim.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I believe that concealed carry allows a sense of safety, a sense of you know, you're in a community, people don't, if I'm a criminal and I don't know if you're carrying or not, I may treat you a little bit differently than if I'm in an area where I don't know if individuals have the right to carry.
Yeah, that's correct, and I think that's proven across the country. You know, I just have to believe that if a person feels like you're armed or you have a defense mechanism, they're going to be least likely to try to victimize you.
Well, you know, I think one thing that's always lost in this argument too is you know, we talk about the Constitution, and I hear people say, well, no, they're talking about a militia. No, they're not talking about the individual. But one of my favorite quotes that I just saw recently was from Justice Antonin Scalia that said, nowhere else in the Constitution does a right attributed to the people refer to anything other than an individual right. And so what he's saying in there is the Second Amendment isn't about a militia. The concept of a militia in continental times was, the militia was you had a weapon in your home. If you're called upon, you're able to take that weapon up and go fight. That is their term, the 18th century term of a militia. Their thought process was that if you were an armed individual, that you could defend yourself, and you had a right to defend yourself in your home or on the street or wherever you may be, because you have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and the Second Amendment is all part of that.
Correct. You know, and that's one of the things that was kind of shocking to me in this process, was to learn that in most states your vehicle is an extension of your home, but in Alabama your vehicle is not an extension of your home. And that was kind of shocking, and that was, you know, one of the needs for this legislation and this bill that we're working on.
Well, I think that oftentimes we forget, you know, they understood things like that back in the day. And I'll leave you with this, talking about the Second Amendment. An individual said a man's rights rest in 3 boxes: the ballot box, the jury box, and the cartridge box. And that was an esteemed American named Frederick Douglass said that. And he understood that individuals that were armed had a right to defend themselves and for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I thank you for bringing this. I appreciate your work.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery,
Thank you.
Representative Morris.
I heard the last statement. I'm not gonna say nothing about it. We weren't free, but I ain't gonna say nothing about it. Oh my goodness. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Mr. Speaker. Whew. Let me come to the last comment. I mean, I had to just really gather myself together when the Second Amendment was talked about, and Frederick Douglass in the same conversation, 1800. And I'm thinking about my people at the time when the Second Amendment was actually written. Then we gonna push forward to when slavery was abolished, and all of it just got mixed in at the same time. But we're not gonna even discuss that. I'm just gonna go back to what I had wrote out on this paper right here. You used to work for, or you was in law enforcement, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What entity?
Which agency?
Yes.
I worked for the Mobile County Sheriff's Department for 18 years, and then I worked for the City of Citronelle's Chief of Police and the City of Satsuma's Chief of Police.
Okay, so, because I kept hearing you say something to the fact that some of the data wasn't being ran by the Sheriff's Department.
No, with the background check.
The background
Yes,
checks
ma'am.
was, so is that something that you all weren't doing when you was there for 18 years that brought this about?
No, ma'am. Luckily, the Mobile County Sheriff's Department was not one of the agencies that were found to not be doing the NICS checks.
So do you know any of the agencies, any of the sheriff's departments in the state of Alabama who were now running background checks?
Yes, ma'am. I got a list of them.
Can you just give us a few of them?
And I have a copy I can give you if that's okay.
And you can give me a copy, but just read out a few of them who weren't actually running proper background checks. Y'all need to listen up because maybe some of y'all counties might be on here, your sheriff departments.
Yeah, it looks like Barber County.
So Barber County wasn't running it,
Yes, ma'am.
and who else?
There's 22 on the list. Bullock County,
Bullock County wasn't running them.
Butler County,
Butler County,
Chambers,
Chambers,
Cherokee,
Cherokee,
Chilton,
Chilton,
Clark,
Clark County,
Elmore,
Elmore County,
Fayette,
Fayette County,
Greene,
Greene County,
Henry,
okay, Henry County,
Lamar,
Lamar County,
Lawrence,
Lawrence County.
Marengo,
We're gonna skip Lee County. Lee County too, right? Is that
Yes.
Lee County?
yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, Lee County.
I have to apologize. This is very small writing with the
That's,
glasses.
I understand it. I have to put my glasses on now, so.
Morgan County,
Marengo County, and then we go to Marshall County, Morgan County,
yes, ma'am.
Perry County,
Yes, ma'am.
Randolph County,
Yes, ma'am.
Sumter County,
Yes, ma'am.
Wilcox County,
Yes, ma'am.
and Winston County.
Correct.
So all of these sheriff's departments and all of these counties were not running proper background checks or were not running background checks. How long have you been here? How long have you been? I just,
I'm on my first term. I'm
you
in
on
my
your first term?
Yes, ma'am.
Woo, they let you bring a bill like this?
I know it.
On your first term? Oh, my. Oh, some folks been trying to bring some bills, and they can't get them, but this is your first term. And I guess since you was at the sheriff department for 18 years and you noticed that, I guess you all probably had that conversation at your sheriff department, the amount of different people who were not running background checks, which prompted you to bring this bill because, and I'm quite sure half of their sheriffs have been there for a long time, but they just were not doing their job properly.
My reason for bringing the bill is my constituents had asked me to carry the bill, but as my law enforcement experience allotted me, I was involved in a lot of the conversations and negotiations over the years with this bill, and I noticed and determined that there were some problems with our permitting system and that there was no reason not to do this.
So, because I remember when we were talking to the sheriffs about their database, right? We were trying to get that together, and they started working on the issues there, but I just had no idea that they just were not running background checks. That means they just were not doing their jobs in all of these different counties with all of these different sheriffs, and you were there for 18 years, and I guess you had to wait till you got here in order for you to step up and make the changes. There wasn't no way that y'all could have started calling the different sheriffs and saying, you know, y'all need to start running the proper background check, but I guess this is the proper place to actually do it.
Well, I didn't, for one thing, I was not I guess the sheriff or anyone involved with the Sheriff's Association that would have a say-so in this and trying to help encourage other departments to do this. I know that there was negotiations with the Sheriff's Association through the legislature and other bodies to encourage them to get their members to do the proper checks and to get that in place and to even attempt to put some kind of I guess 24-hour database that law enforcement or system that law enforcement could determine if a permit was valid, and they were having issues accomplishing that.
Okay, so let's go to, I just saw it say 5A, we received this. No, wait a minute, before I go there, I had something with the grant.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just give me a little information about the grant? Where does it come from? How much is it? Are we going from the people who carrying these pistols being able to pay for the services that's needed to the state of Alabama paying for it? Just give me a little background on the grants.
That was added up in the Senate, and the state will be putting that grant program money together. It'll come out of the general fund. You know, personally, I don't think that just because you own a firearm that you have to pay a tax or a fee to carry
But
that
we're
gun.
about to start paying the taxes and fees to supplement, right?
Those are services that should have been supplemented through taxes or government anyway.
Okay, and how much is that? How much is that grant?
Hold on. Give me 1 second.
And is this every year? Do they apply every year, once a year, every?
The funds that are in
years?
there now are for the first 3 years. And then after that, I guess it would have to be voted on in the next budget. It'll take me just a second. This is,
I'll let you finish answering that question, but we have run out of the hour debate time. We're ready to move forward on the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. All right, members. The question now is on the motion to concur with the conference report. If you are in favor of this motion, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote will be no. And the clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members had an opportunity to vote. All the members voted. And the clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 70 yeas, 29 nays, 2 abstentions, and the motion does prevail.
yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, all right. And Chair thanks the gentleman. Thanks the work from the conference committee and get us to this point. All right, before we go to the next order of business, let's see, we had the lady from Chambers County, recognize her for personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to clear up something that was said just now because I'm pretty upset because my sheriff from Chambers and my sheriff from Lee was called out as to not doing proper background checks. And so I'm pretty upset that I didn't get an opportunity to debate that fact, especially since we called and spoke with them. But your data is from 2019, correct? I just want to be sure that that is known because our sheriff in Lee County is currently the president of the Sheriff's Association. And I can assure you that he is handling his background checks professionally and doing the correct job. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, all right, point well taken. All right, let's go ahead and let's move on. All right. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Covington.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
All right, and the clerk received the resolution.
House Resolution number 146 by the House Rules Committee, a special order calendar.
All right, and the chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Coleman, speaking on the resolutions on the floor.
Should have been on your desk.
So it should have been on my desk.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess and hopefully somebody will give me a copy of it. So, because I know it's probably some bills on there I want to talk about, but I just was kind of wondering about the process of how we got here. Thank you so much. Because we had a calendar that we adopted as a body, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm just trying to figure out how we then ended up taking that. I was wondering, why in the world are we taking this lunch break? I never could understand what we were doing. So if you could help me understand how we got here.
Well, as you know, rules can meet at any time, and a new calendar can be taken up at any time.
Yeah.
The bill, other than the first 2 bills on this calendar is identical to the calendar we were working before lunch. And so when we ended that last bill with Chairman Klaus, the next bill would have been HB 111,
I
And
got a
so,
lot to say about that one.
and so everything after, from 111 on is identical to the special order calendar we had before lunch. However, HB 143, there was a reason. I think the family of this officer was in the building today, and I think that was a reason that motivated the speaker to go ahead and address this issue for that reason. So for that reason, it was asked to be brought to the top, and rules met. We adopted this calendar, bringing those bills to the top, and then leave the rest of the bills just like they were.
And thank you for that explanation and
Certainly.
even listening to the reason why HB 143, and again, how sympathetic to that family. Don't want anybody to think that I'm not. I've heard about this
Yes,
bill
ma'am.
now for several years, but is that how we do business in the Alabama legislature? Just because because we've had people in the gallery that have been here to support pieces of legislation.
Right.
We never
The-
get to those things on the calendar.
And s-
Even last week, I was in a committee meeting last week. We were in judicial. We had people drive in from all over the state. And then, they were told, well, thank you for coming, but we will not get to that public hearing today. So is that how we normally do things here in the
Well,
legislature? I can answer the question, but
Right. So anytime the speaker asks me to adjust the calendar so that we can address a particular issue, the Speaker of the House, I tend to listen to the Speaker of the House.
And then, I had the privilege the other day, I had gotten a text message, I don't know, it's 7 or 8 o'clock at night on Monday, to let me know that a lawyer friend of mine from Jefferson County was going to be here in Montgomery on Tuesday on the steps of the Capitol with people from all over the state. That's what I thought it was. But then because of the weather, they end up having to be at the church. St. James, I think, is the church. And so I went in there, and there were people actually from all over the country that came actually in protest of that second one you put on here, House Bill 194. I got a chance to meet young people from all kinds of HBCUs, from Washington, D.C., Tennessee, of course, people that were from here. The League of Women Voters, their national president was here in Alabama, and I got a chance to meet those people and actually speak at their rally about House Bill 194. So I think we're probably going to be on that one for, a while.
I consider that might be the case.
Two today, and I just hate that, with it being Thursday. I think I've gotten a little bit spoiled this session so far on the 21st day that we haven't had these long Thursdays, but looks like we're gonna have a real long one today. I even went to my office and got my tennis shoes, so when it hits 5 o'clock, I haven't put them on yet. It's the after 5 wear. I put my Adidas tennis shoes on. They have the pretty leopard print on them too. I really like those tennis shoes.
I understand.
Because I know that we will be here for a long time, because unless y'all cloture us. I hate for that to happen, because those of us that are here in protest of these particular bills, we represent the same amount of constituents that you all represent. And so, it should be that we all have the opportunity to speak and talk about the issues that we care about, on behalf of the people that we represent, as long as possible. And I think really that makes it a better legislative body when you hear all the various voices that are out there. And then sometimes, you can change people's minds when they get an opportunity to actually hear a full debate, full differences, even differences in ideology, differences in how you may have even thought about how this is going to impact people. But when folks cloture us and stop us and, cut down debate, you don't get a chance to hear that. Just like the gentlelady from Montgomery that was just talking, when we got to the 1 hour on the conference committee report, I felt like she had just kind of gotten in her groove. And then, the speaker says the 1 hour is up. And, I was so proud when I was listening to her debate. I wanted to hear some more. I wanted to hear a little bit more about that 1 hour. And, we used to have 2 hours to actually talk on the special order calendar. And somebody in their infinite wisdom said that we need to cut that debate down from 1 hour from 2 hours to 1 hour. But then we would have had more opportunity to kind of maybe talk about and hash out some of these bills that are on here in those 2 hours that, maybe we wouldn't have to talk so much when the bill comes up. So, You know, I think that debate and talking is very healthy. So the people of the state of Alabama get their money's worth when it comes to us when we come down here. So we've been spoiled with the short Thursdays, but it really looks like we're going to be here a long time tonight. I mean, I could have talked 2 hours myself on the calendar, because it's some on here that we could really talk about. I really can't wait to start talking about HB 111 that's on this. And I've been so confused by the Republican Party, and I'm calling the Republican Party out right now. The party of small government that is now has a bill on the calendar that's going to have this huge government or additional government oversight for municipalities and counties where those folks are elected just like we are elected. And then and we keep having those. One of my mayors texted me on, it had to be Tuesday on the way down here, and I think it was Senate Bill 84. It's not on this calendar because we don't have let me see, do we have a Senate? Yeah, we got a couple. There are a few Senate bills that are, there's probably more Senate bills on here than I thought. And there was 1, 2, let me see.
Yeah, I've always allowed.
3, yeah, you got a few
allowed
Senate bills on here. But my mayor said, did you know that there was a bill to outlaw occupational taxes across the state of Alabama? And I said, we knew it. We've been trying to stave that off for several years now. And he said, in my city, we'll lose over $500,000 if this bill was to take effect. And in the city of Bessemer, which is another one of the cities that I represent, they would lose, I want to say, $7.8 million. I have to go back and look at my text. But to have somebody else come in to tell these municipalities how to operate when they are elected by the same constituency that we are, and if they're smart enough to elect us, I feel like they should be smart enough to elect their local elected officials. Would the gentleman agree?
Well, obviously, and I come from working on a council. I was elected to
Yeah.
the council in my community. So,
And they were smart to elect you too when you were in that local elected position, just like they were smart to elect you to the Alabama House of Representatives. I feel confident that they're going to be smart enough to send you to the upper chamber as well. I feel that way, because you're definitely. I was listening to you earlier today when we were at our breakfast this morning, and I said, "Good God Almighty!" I thought you probably read every last one of the bills that came through rules, but to hear it, so when does he actually have time to sleep?
not a lot.
So I know how serious you take this work that you do here.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Very serious. So I feel confident that those people that elected you on the local level and then ultimately elected you to the state level will then now elect you again on the state level to go to the upper chamber. And if we think they're smart enough to elect folks at the local level, at the municipal level, and at the county level, they ought to be smart enough. We ought to allow those people to make those local elected officials accountable if they're not doing what they need them to do. So I got a whole lot to say about House Bill 111 when we get a chance to talk about that particular issue. But I know if given the opportunity, I'm going to get 2 good times to talk on House Bill 194. I know I'm going to have my light on for that. If some amendments come up, I'm going to talk on every one of those amendments that comes up on House Bill 194. That literally is going to outlaw election education. Are you serious? A lot of the tools that were used to make sure that people came out to vote, all those organizations that help us in the election process, we're going to outlaw that. Just doesn't make sense to me. So I know I have a lot to say about those. Probably some more here on this calendar that I have a lot to say about as well.
And ladies' time.
I'll be back.
Okay. Chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Always.
Always great to spend some time with you, and I know
Yes.
you went to go get you some water a few minutes ago, so you knew it was going to be
Hope I didn't drink too much water. So.
one of those days. I remember Connie used to be like your relief hitter when you when you had to go. Who's your relief hitter now?
Well, he normally sits right there. He's probably around.
Who, Bate?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I see him. He's in the back.
So, I understand that rules can meet at any time and you can bring a calendar
Yes,
at
sir.
any time.
Yes, sir.
What's the process of notifying members of those meetings?
Right. We generally, when meetings happen like that, we generally send a text message to our members, and members from both sides of the aisle were at the meeting. Some members, I don't think we had a quorum, but I don't know if we had all members present. I think some were eating some Chris's hot dogs and some other things somewhere else.
Okay.
But we did have more than a quorum, so we went ahead and took it up. We actually went ahead and took care of the calendar for Tuesday as well, which is the general fund calendar for next
So
week.
you took care of 2 calendars without the full membership of the
Well,
committee?
anytime we have a rules meeting, we would prefer all members to be there, but not all time members are there. So, but since those were both set calendars, they were not picked calendars. There wasn't a need to have to chase down anybody to check their picks, which we do sometimes. When it's a set calendar, for instance, the one we did for Tuesday for next week is the general fund calendar. The chairman of general fund provided us with a list of the bills and the sequence that he would prefer to have them for that day. And so we went ahead and provided that calendars for the members to go ahead and approve. So we did that one as well. And we also took up this calendar, and just as I explained to Representative Coleman, I explained that same description of this calendar to the members of the Rules Committee.
Okay. Let me ask you this. As the rules chairman,
Yes, sir.
we've had the opportunity to serve with 3 different rules chairmen.
Yes, sir.
We've had Blaine Gallagher, we've had Mac McCutcheon, and
Yes, sir.
we've had Mike Jones.
Yes, sir.
What type of legacy do you feel that you're leaving as a rules chairman when it comes to these calendars?
My approach has always been to try to make sure that whatever we do in this body is helpful to the people of the state. And part of my role that I've always taken from this role is to, when I read the bills, if I see some issues that are a concern, I try to make the sponsors aware of those issues to help them find ways to be prepared and correct them on both sides of the aisle. I've done that the whole time I've been here. Because I don't want sponsors to be embarrassed or not prepared on those if there's some mistakes or some issues. And so I spend a lot of time just trying to make sure that our members are prepared, that their bills are in good shape, and when they come to the floor, they're helping our people.
So do you feel that this has been a very fair process, or do you feel that it's been a process that, because the rules kind of changed some too, or do you feel like it's just a process of these are the rules and we're just going to operate within these rules?
Well, as you know, every 4 years we take up rules and approve rules. And before we approve the rules, we let everybody see what the prospective rules are. Since I've been rules chairman, we've year to year, and it's not just me, the clerk, myself, Othni Latham, others, whenever we see situations that we just had never thought of, we make notes that there might be a reason to help change that rule to make it easier to deal with those problems. And so you don't ever know until they happen, but we've always tried to take notes. At the end of every quadrennial, then we try to refer back to those notes to try to help clean up and make our rules better. Okay. And so we've always tried to approach it by trying to make the rules helpful to the body.
Okay. So for instance, we made a change today, and we brought 2 bills forward, right? And we did that because of what? Again?
Well, once again, the speaker made a request that we bring these 2 bills up, and I suggested that we just simply put them, bring up a new calendar, but don't try to change what's already been selected by the Rules Committee. Just move those 2 bills to the top, but leave the rest of the calendar that the members have picked.
Those 2 bills became priority bills?
Yes, sir. The request was made, and yes, sir, as Rules Chairman, I honor the request. That's correct.
So were these 2 bills not priority bills before lunch today?
No, I think it was the timing. The family was here today for the first bill, and I think, frankly, it was to try to accommodate and have something for the family today.
Okay.
Which we have done that before. That is not a new thing. We have done that before.
What
even
about
on
for
this
the
board.
second bill?
The second bill was also a request, and once again.
Because I can understand the sympathetic need of,
Yes, sir.
kind of changing some things to make the first bill a priority, but I don't necessarily think that that would be the same case with the second bill, especially knowing that we had some issues with it just last night, that it's kind of like, we're just going to roll with it anyway.
Well, and to be frank, I was not on our floor a lot last night because I was working another issue.
Yeah, but you was aware, you're always, even though you may not have been on the floor, you know that was the only bill carried over last night.
I heard about it later. I was not here when it took place.
But
I heard
you
about it
knew
later.
that before it became a priority bill today.
Yes,
It didn't
I
become
heard
a
about
priority
it
bill
sometime.
today until lunchtime, right?
Yeah, I heard about it sometime last night.
Okay, so I understand the sympathetic nature of.
Well, it's really to honor the family, is to go ahead and address it. That's
Right,
correct.
I understand that for HB 143, and guess what? I'm okay with that.
Yes, sir.
A lot of times families travel a long way. Sometimes we need to take a pause from
Yes, sir.
business as usual
Yes, sir.
to handle some things. But why 194?
Once again, the general way I do business is if the Speaker of the House makes a request of me, I'm not in the habit of questioning the Speaker of the House. He has a job, and I honor that job. So upon his request, I took care of business.
Okay. So let's look at the third one.
Okay.
So basically,
And the third one is actually a pick that was made on.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand, but I'm going somewhere with this. So the third bill was the problem bill for today. The second bill was the problem bill from yesterday. But we decided that we're just going to put those in the top three, right?
Well,
because
once
we
again-
know we're not going to have any major issues with number one, right?
Well, actually, HB 111 was, I believe, the fifth bill on the other calendar.
I understand, but that was the problem bill of today.
And see, I wasn't aware it was the problem bill
I mean, but
today.
you can read it, because you've
I've
been
read-
in local government before, right?
Oh, yeah, I've read the bill.
Right. So
Yeah.
if you've been in local government and if the state is coming in to tell you what you can and cannot do, would that be a problem for you?
Well, I actually also looked at, I think it's a committee sub on HB 111 that frankly, it looked like there had been some work done on it. It looked like it had been helped as far as I'm concerned.
But like I know that sometimes people will, if they getting beat down, they'll go with whatever they can to get the less licks.
No, the way I read the sub, and I think it's either sub or an amendment, but I think it's a sub,
Okay.
was that it clearly had been negotiated because it was not just one thing that had been changed. It was a number of things that had been changed. So it looked like something that was made acceptable.
Okay.
And,
And I guess what I'm asking is, I understand the priority of taking a pause for bill number one. I don't understand for bill number two, but if it's at the pleasure of the speaker, then hey, hell, we just roll with it, right? But number three, we know that we have issues with that, but we have some great bills on the calendar today that we could possibly not get to because of the issues that people have with number two and number three. For instance, the citation in lieu of arrest bill. Can you imagine the relief that would bring on the court systems in Alabama? I know you could. You think that's a really good bill, don't you? I mean, I'm asking, do you think that's a really good bill? And that's something that we could possibly not.
is that SB 23?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
There's-
something that, and we only got 15 seconds left, so you don't have to answer. But the prepaid college tuition program, that's been something that we've been dealing with since we've been here. And now it's an opportunity to have some real conversation about it. But guess what? We may not have a conversation today about that, right?
I feel like we're
a
gonna be
week or
talking
so
again.
after Higher Education Day, we won't deal with that because
And the gentleman's time. Chair thanks the gentleman. All right, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have something good to say about the calendar, but I would like to go back, Chairman Jones, and just kind of reflect on our conversation earlier today. Talk a little bit about law enforcement. A lot of people came to this microphone and talked about what good work was done on that bill, and it was a lot of good work. I think back when Representative Stringer came to me and asked me to co-sign HB 66, and I had to decline. I had to tell my friend and colleague I couldn't do that. Many in this room, yourself included, began to work. I think we came up with House Bill 272 at that time. As it moved into committee, and many members on this floor came to the table, particularly those with law enforcement experience. And we really appreciate that. I mean, that's how the process is supposed to work.
Yes, sir.
And from that, we came out with a committee sub. We protected our schools. We protected our courtrooms and our judicial systems. We protected private property rights, which was very important to all of us. We had 2 committee amendments, concerns of law enforcement about officer safety. We came out with one of them, a duty to declare, where someone that had a firearm in a car would have to inform the officer, if asked, that the firearm was in the car.
That's correct.
I think that was a very positive. We came out with some verbiage just so that it was very clear in the bill that nothing in that bill would undermine a police officer's authority at the scene to investigate a crime.
That's correct.
And we saw that kind of play out in one of the Senate amendments on that bill. And,
Yes, sir.
and I think we had verbiage to cover that, but the Senate took it a little bit further. So as we proceeded through the process and the Senate amendments got into the bill, this body non-concurred. It went back up in the conference committee. And I was just sitting back there reflecting really what came out of that. So we kept all the all the law enforcement, officer safety issues in the bill. We actually came out with an additional one about do not touch the weapon. And certainly that was important for those that were in a vehicle and might panic, do the wrong thing, maybe pick up a gun and turn to hand it to the police officer, and bad things happen at points like that. So I think that was a good thing. We came out with additional verbiage related to a police officer's ability to investigate a potential crime that could be involving weapons. I think we've got very clear direction now for our police officers on how to handle that. And probably most importantly there at the end, we came out with a funding mechanism for our sheriffs. I think the first round was $5 million they could submit for grants. Probably related to some reimbursement of equipment or school resource officers. So I just applaud this body and everybody that was involved in that conversation. The process is supposed to work like this. It did. And then we saw the final product today. So I appreciate your involvement in it. I appreciate continued my friend Shane Stringer. He was in law enforcement as well. Proncy Robertson was involved early on. But some of us took a beating publicly in the public eye for what they thought we were going against Second Amendment, but we weren't. We stayed at the table. We got some good amendments. We got law enforcement's word at the table, so I really appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
And wanted to make a comment about the calendar. I appreciate seeing the Sergeant Reisner Act come up on the calendar today.
Yes, sir.
And I think this body will pass a bill today that we may save lives in the future related to law enforcement. So thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. All right. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo County, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Anytime.
Well, I guess we're back here again. It's a shame, I guess, that we we come in on a Thursday morning with one calendar and all abruptly decide we're going to lunch at 11:35.
It was lunchtime.
At 11:35, after now, and I think, you know, I need to borrow one of these old calendars. Oh, yeah. Now I remember. now I remember. You know, I'm from over in West Alabama where we got a whole lot of farming.
Yes, sir.
You understand that, right?
Sure do.
And we dubbed our calendar for today the Farming Alabama calendar or something like that. What did we dub it? We dealt with agriculture today, didn't we? Wasn't that our calendar? I had a blue calendar.
Yeah, the first three bills we took up earlier today were dealing with obviously agricultural issues.
And we dubbed it our agricultural calendar today, didn't we?
And then we had a good bill with Chairman Klaus that did some tax reform.
Oh, yeah. All good bills. All good bills.
Well, thank you.
And you know, then all of a sudden, we go into, after we finish Chairman Klaus's bill, then all of a sudden somebody got hungry. I don't know if it was the speaker or just who it was that got hungry. And then when everybody went and ate for about an hour, we came back and realized there was something on the calendar now that nobody wanted to digest. I mean, this was, how do you do that? You know, I'm trying to figure this thing out. Is it all of a sudden we're going to say, well, we're going to do a switcheroo on people? Is that what we did?
No.
Wait, now, hold on.
No, we had a meeting of rules. We sent out the text message to our rules members to join us for that meeting. And as I do in every meeting with rules, if we have a set calendar of any nature, I describe the calendar and what changes are in it, and I did that in our meeting. But now, as I said, we also took up a second calendar during that meeting, which was for the one for Tuesday of next week, and that'll be the general fund calendar. And
now is that well, that one should have been easy to take up. You didn't have to even call the rules to do.
Actually, we
to do that one. That was one of these that you can just text everybody and say we're gonna do general fund, and they text you back and say that's okay. We don't even need to come. No,
well, actually,
nobody had to vote on whether we were going to have the general fund up next Tuesday. You just say it, and we're going to have it.
Our rules actually require that, so we did meet, and we took up that calendar as well.
So we do, yeah, I guess we do have rules that, you know, we abide by, and I'm one of those people that I guess I've learned over time that there are rules that people will end up abiding by, and there are things that people do when they have, quote, the law or the rules on their side, that a lot of times I look at the spirit of how things are done. I'm not I'm one of those that as I read my Bible, it talks about the grace of God more so than it talks about the power of the law. Because, you know, the law is one of those things that is in place because there is no grace that man on his own will submit. You know, So when I see the change in the calendar, when I see this change in the calendar, I understand that first bill. I really do. You said that the family was here, and we are truly all hurt for the family and what they've undergone, and we pray for them as they heal and recover from the sacrifice that they've made. You know, so all of us, I don't think a person in here that would say
I would agree.
that was not a good move.
Yes, sir.
So we don't have to talk about that one. HB 111 was one that, you know, we were going to at least talk about local government and how they work it. But after I talked with the sponsor, actually 111 isn't as bad as it originally sets out to be. If all you do is look at what's on here, then you're right. 111 is a bad one. But when I look at it and then I look back in the back where we are dealing with the small counties that don't have the funding to do these things, how we are going to carve out the opportunity for them to be
I think it was police agencies, 20 or less, whether it be police or county. Yes.
No, see, so I can understand that, and that was a great carve out in that bill. So
Yes, sir.
it didn't give me as much pause as it did. So I knew that was coming, but I had done a little more research on it. But then, if I back up to the number 2 on this special calendar,
Well, don't
that
back
number
up.
2. Wait, you want me to keep going the other way? Don't back up. Well, no, let's back up to that number 2. I know you wanted to tell me how we are going to connect number 2 to the agricultural calendar. You know, I'm trying to connect number 2 to agriculture. How do we connect it there?
I don't think you can refer to that as an agricultural bill.
That's not an agricultural bill. But it's all of a sudden appeared, oh, well, no, it's not on the agricultural calendar, is it? It's on a calendar for itself. You know, and I've had some conversation with the sponsor of that bill regarding that bill. And hopefully, I'm going to see him in a few minutes, and I'm going to take an amendment, I think, that will help make it a little more palatable.
I do think the committee sub actually did help the bill, and I think that's what you were just speaking about as well. So some of those things you just made a comment about were actually in the committee sub. So I think there was clearly an effort made to get this bill to a spot where it was helpful but not harmful to those small groups, small agencies, because as you know, in small agencies, you can have pretty dramatic shifts in your budgets depending on the year, depending on what may happen. So, and you're aware of that just like I am. We're both from rural Alabama.
All right.
But
on number 194, HB 194.
Correct.
So you think the sub on 194 is
No,
fair,
I was talking about the sub.
And the
111.
gentleman's time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
I was surprised when I got back with the new calendar. And
It's not Robert rules like our city council days and our mayor days, yeah.
well, I understood your statement that the speaker gave you the order. But the statement I didn't understand when you say you didn't know. You know everything that happened here, any time of day, any time of night. I mean,
I actually learned later last night. I wasn't here on the floor when all that happened, but
but that had to be a slip. I see the number of people come and talk to you all day, every day. You know. And I just didn't want you to throw the speaker under the bus.
No, I was, but as far as the, and I wasn't. But the speaker knows that I was off the floor working in other issues, so I found out a little later.
Well, last time I was here, I talked about the integrity of the process.
Yes, sir.
And I still have some concerns for that. I think that I understand what we were trying to do with House Bill 143.
Yes, sir.
Which I'm totally in agreement of. But the other thing you knew is this, that when you brought the new calendar, we were going to be here for a while.
Well,
on this calendar.
It did dawn on me, but I will say we're on the 21st legislative day. It's not unusual when we get to this last third of the session, as you know now, that we tend to have longer days and get into nights, and so we've hit that spot in the session.
Well, you know, I just know that you knew that caucuses were going to talk about
Yes,
this
sir.
agenda.
Yes, sir. I'd already texted my wife and said I'll definitely be home after dark. So.
Okay. I wanted to take the opportunity also to talk about I didn't get a chance to talk about the conference committee report.
Yes, sir.
What I really wanted to say about that is Representative Stringer, who I know well.
Yes, sir.
I think I agree with you. He's worked very, very hard on this. And I think there are a number of people who've worked on it. And I really believe that he believes that what he was doing was in the best interest. I have some problems with it, not because of the issues that you've been talking about here. My problem has to do with how it's going to be applied.
Yes,
what the application is going to be, and what's going to be the result of how it's applied. A long time ago, my grandfather told me that, son, a gun will change your personality. And I found that to be true. And I'm concerned about that because there are so many things that happen in that. Things that you would normally walk away from, your personality changes with the firearm. I had some personal experiences like that, and that concerns me, as well as what happens with law enforcement with this, which you assume that, you know, just about anybody you stop, you probably have a gun. It's how you approach them and how they respond.
Yes, sir.
It's where the real issue is.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
As I see it. That's the issue. I had a lot of incidents in Mobile
Yes, sir.
as it relates to that, as it relates to police officers who, and sometimes thought somebody had a gun because they went in the console, in the car, and bad things happen.
Yes, sir.
As a result of that. So I'm really concerned about that portion of it. That's more of the concern I had than people being able to get a gun. I buy a 4-year pistol permit, and I'm going to renew it next week. But I'm going to renew it because I think that for every right you exercise, constitutional or other right, there's a responsibility that goes along with it.
I would agree with that.
I believe, and I say that to say that also exists with the rules.
Yes, sir.
For every rule we exercise here, there's
Yes.
a responsibility that go along with it. And
I would agree with that as
I
well.
would hope that we will put some time into that. I would have been fine if when we got ready to break, you said, look, because of circumstances, we are probably going to have to alter the special order calendar. Fine. But I came back, like I said, to this big surprise where we didn't move anything up. We actually put something new on. And I understand the reason why we put one on.
Yes, sir.
but I didn't understand the other. Now, if that was a agreement that we gonna take it off today, but we're gonna put it back on sometime tomorrow, I mean, I could have understood that if I knew that was the case. But when we got back, it was really something altogether different. And
Well-
as you say, you talked to the Rules Committee. Well, we
Yes, sir.
talked to the Rules Committee. We saw the paper on the desk when we got back, and that's
And I was going to tell you, that's our norm. So whenever Rules does adopt a calendar in a committee, we do generally publish it out, and usually it's you'll find it on your desk. And I think, and that was, my understanding is it was published out during that break. And I hope you found it on your desk when you came back out.
I did have it on the desk when I came back,
Yes,
and
sir.
as I said, I was quite surprised about it. But I still think that we ought to make every effort to be as transparent as we can. Look, we know you can run over us.
Well, there's,
I mean, we know that. We can count. We got calculators. You know, phones come with calculators on them now. We know that. But, you know, kind of use it in a respectful approach. I mean, I've mentioned it, and I used to kid with Representative Ledbetter all the time about closure. And I know that can happen. But sometimes we have to listen very closely to the arguments we have on both sides about some of the legislation
Yes, sir.
that we have here. While Representative Stringer and I come from the same county, we've lived in different environments.
Yes, sir.
We got different experiences.
Yes, sir.
You know, he was working for the sheriff's department. I was at the city.
Yes, sir.
We had some experiences that really came from people misjudging what the real facts were,
That's
and
correct.
somebody got killed.
Yes, sir.
So that concerns me. Those are the kind of things that concern me. And I would just hope that in the future, that we lend some attention to the integrity of the process. I'm not asking to get any special treatment. I don't think anybody is. But at least to the point where we need to be open and honest about where we're going with this. You know, and I think that that's the better approach for us to deal with. That's the better approach to deal with. I think before I got sworn into office, I had a discussion with the Speaker. And the same thing I'm telling you now is one of the things that I mentioned to him that was one of my concerns.
Yes, sir.
That I don't mind functioning in the process as long as the integrity in the process is there. I can deal with whatever it might be. And that's my real point here, especially on this calendar.
I can tell you, and you and I have actually shared breakfast together
That's
numerous times.
That's true.
I can tell you that it's just as important to me regarding this process. I truly believe in this process. Is any process perfect? No.
No.
But it has always been my goal to make it as smooth, as accessible for the members, and as easily to understand for members as I can. But I've also tried to make myself available to answer questions of members about the rules, so that if there is a question or if there's a concern, my door's always been open. It will remain open as long as I'm a part of this body to be able to help members on any of those kind of issues.
Well, before I take my seat, I just want to say this.
Yes,
that,
sir.
Our guest today on 143, I want to make sure that everyone understands that this discussion we're having is because of the process.
Yes, sir.
It has nothing to do with this piece of legislation. It's because of the process.
That's correct.
And as a result of that, I think that we want to get to the point where we let people understand that we might disagree.
Yes, sir.
And that happens all the time. But it certainly has no bearing on the merits of this particular
Well,
legislation.
and you and I both know, truthfully, probably 98% of the time, we're not politically on opposite sides of issues. It's usually at 2% of the times that we end up being on opposite sides. But for the most part, we are working for the same goal, is to help our people.
Well, the difference is I don't get a chance to put anything on the special order calendar.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. All right. The chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Clark. She's in the gallery overflow room. She should be probably coming up to the mic on the gallery floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rules Chair, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, how are you today?
Well, I've got a reflection that's almost right over your face, but I see you. So I didn't want you to think.
As long as you can hear me, Mr.
Yes, ma'am, I
Chairman.
can hear you fine.
So you may have answered some of these questions already, but I need you to repeat those answers,
Yes, ma'am.
even if I'm asking you to be redundant. Did rules ask to take leave of the House? You know, sometimes I'm a little bit distracted
Yeah, right.
in my special suite here.
Rules is the only committee that does not require leave of the House. Rules can meet at any time. That's not a new rule. That's actually been a rule that's been in place since.
But
I've
it's
been
fairly
part of it.
standard, isn't it? Don't you normally?
No, ma'am. Rules has never required leave of the House.
Okay. Was the meeting announced at all?
Once again, we send notice to our rules members, and we did it and it's not uncommon. We do this routinely with a text message to let them know where we're meeting, what time we're meeting, and then we meet. We go into what I call a meeting to order. We do a roll just like any other meeting, and then I will then describe what we're taking up or go over what we're taking up. And then once I receive a motion in a second, then we vote the issue. And once again, on this particular meeting, we actually voted or addressed two calendars. We addressed the calendar that we're on right now, and we also addressed the calendar that we will address Tuesday next week, which is the general fund.
As a general rule, however, Mr. Chairman, rules meets upon adjournment. Is that?
I actually started that change when I came in as rules chairman. I used to. We actually met right before he came into session.
And so that was a pretty good change that you made, so that we know if we want to attend a Rules Committee meeting that we just follow the trail to the sixth floor and we're able to observe Rules Committee meetings.
Well, once again, the standard meeting time we adjusted, or I adjusted quite a number of years ago to being immediately upon adjournment. And the reason why it was done was actually not for that particular reason. It was done because I was trying to give the rules members plenty of time to be able to review their pick list for which
Yes.
they could pick from. Because in the past, they might only have literally 2 to 3 minutes. That's when they got their list the old way, and it just didn't give much time for members to be prepared. And I always wanted to have our members better prepared.
Well, I actually attended Rules Committee meeting last evening.
Yes, ma'am.
And I enjoyed it. You know, everybody ought to go to a Rules Committee meeting at least occasionally.
Yes, ma'am.
And I enjoyed last night's meeting so much that I would have come today to that meeting before lunch had I known about it.
Yes, ma'am. We also sometimes literally I will sometimes literally on the floor go around and tell members. So we've actually met in the past, like in this media room here in the corner. We've had rules meetings there before. We've had rules meetings, if there was an issue that we needed to address on the floor, we'd step out as rules members just off the floor and take up the issue and step back on. But the reason for that is because, as you know, issues do change sometimes. Priorities because of events change sometimes. Weather has impacted issues in the past.
Yes.
It requires some shifting sometimes.
Yes, I
And
am
so for
aware
that
of
reason, rules does have to be flexible.
So now, explain again why it was necessary for rules to meet at, I think Representative Bracy, my colleague from Mobile, said it, or was it Representative McCampbell, my suite mate, who said at 11:35 rules convene today. Why was that necessary?
And I don't know, I can't say I've actually seen the message. The message that was intended was upon recess for us to meet, to take up this other calendar. And once again, when we met and I called roll, I then described the calendar. I went over the two bills that are added to the top. And then I explained to the members that from HB 111 to the end of this calendar is the identical calendar that we were working on earlier this morning.
It is. And so this second special order calendar now has 15 bills on it, if I counted correctly.
I can't say I've counted, so it may, yes, ma'am.
So now, was it, I think last night, Representative Allen asked that his HB 194 be carried over.
I heard about it after we came off the floor, but yes, ma'am, I understand that's correct.
And so I don't think he said that, or asked that it be carried over at the call of the chair. Does that make a difference? If he had asked for it to be carried over at the call of the chair, could the chair just say,
Well,
we're going to?
Either way, as we finish the session day, it then comes back to the pick list. and so it's then eligible again. And then that's another reason why we meet upon adjournment, is any bills that we don't reach on today's calendar, they can then immediately go on to the pick list for when we meet upon adjournment. And the reason why that's helpful is some members, they're really trying hard to get a particular bill to come up, and that gives them a quicker chance in the rotation to get that bill back up.
So will you explain again why Representative Pettis's bill or explain why it might not have been picked last night? There's a few people that struggled at the Rules Committee meeting last night. Why was that? At trying to actually pick a bill for today's special order calendar?
It's not uncommon when members who are further down the list, they may have 2 or 3 bills they intended to pick, but if some of the earlier members in the picks picked those bills, then they didn't have a fourth backup sometimes, or a third backup, and so they then start looking for something else. So that's not uncommon. That does happen sometimes, typically at the end of the pick list.
I think my colleague, Representative Chip Brown, was struggling
Yes,
a
ma'am,
little
he
bit
did.
last night. I wanted to come up there and try to help him, but
I think he knew who you were talking about right there.
all right, I'm sure he's smiling. So, are you aware that Secretary of State John Merrill formed a voter fraud reform task force?
I believe I've read that, and I've read other things that Secretary Merrill has sent to me as well.
He likes communicating with us, doesn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
So I was going to ask you if you were on that task force, but given the way you just answered that other question, I guess you're not on that task force.
I don't believe I'm on the task force, but once again, I read quite a bit of things. Yep, I mean, you're aware of that. So I tend to read. If Secretary Merrill sends something, I do try to read what he sends over. I do have some other things I have yet to get to read that are on my desk from Secretary Merrill, but I've been working on a couple of other issues that have kept me busy the last few days.
Did you say you've never served on a task force?
Have I never served on a task force?
Did you make that statement?
I've served on a task force, not that one, I don't believe, but I have served on some task forces.
I would think that you would have. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the mission of that particular task force was to look at how we define voter fraud in Alabama and the penalties for voter fraud violations. The legislature passed the Alabama Voter Confidence Act in 2021, and it authorizes us to do an audit, a post-election audit, I think it is, after the November 8th, 2022 election. Secretary Merrill said back in May that the audit would confirm what our voters here in Alabama already know, and that is that Alabama offers fair, honest, and transparent elections. Do you agree with that?
I do think that we have a very good history as far as our election process. I also think that's contributed by the fact that of quite a number of bills that have been passed, many of those, if not most of those, were recommended by Secretary Merrill that have been taken up in this body. But I do think that we've taken large steps in making our elections more secure in this state, which I think have been recognized nationally as well, that our state did not have some of the problems that other states had.
And that's true, and yet we keep coming with bills that seemingly imply that Alabama does not offer fair, honest, and transparent elections.
And personally, that's not how I would approach these things. I approach the fact that even during Secretary Merrill's time, and he's brought up and suggested many bills over his tenure, many of which this body has taken up and passed. But the whole point is life it's not stagnant. It doesn't stay in one spot. It moves, and we're constantly evolving. And as we evolve, we learn different things or different problems, and we have to react to that. So that's how we approach these issues.
And so we are about to run out of time, and I thank you for indulging me, Chairman Jones.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd just like to say for the record that I think what we really need in Alabama to help get more citizens to participate in the voting process is automatic voter registration. Would you agree with that?
I'm going to say it this way. The term automatic voter registration has a different definition to some people, so it depends on how it's defined.
We also need no excuse absentee voting, and we also need early voting. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
And the chair thanks the lady. All right, members, we've got about 4 minutes left, and the chair recognizes The gentleman from Hale, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would a gentleman yield?
Always, you know that.
It's an interesting calendar. Did you hear me when I was screaming when you asked it, all those in favor?
Do I now?
When you said all those in favor of this calendar, did you hear me say no?
I did not.
I was just playing with you.
I did not hear that. And the reason some members may know this, we're actually good friends, have been friends for a long time. Since I came into this body. We sat next to each other for how many years?
6.
Quite a while.
Yeah, 6 years.
It's amazing how you can learn about somebody when you sit next to them for 6 years. So
Enjoyed it.
Yes, sir.
A lot of
Me
good
too.
times. Read a lot of bills.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say this about the calendar. I believe in free and fair elections.
Yes, sir.
But it concerns me when we try to limit people's involvement in the electoral process. We should, I think I tell this story all the time about what almost happened to me with absentee ballots. And I'm very sensitive to fair elections. 800 absentee ballots in Hale County compared to my 80.
Wow.
You know, and I don't think anybody should be subjected to that. And that's something that's serious.
Yes, sir.
But we still should make sure that we don't impede the public help in that process. When I see terms like voter registration, we should not be stopping elected officials from helping people to register to vote. Voter outreach, that's a part of educating our community. You know, I'm working on some voter registration projects now. And the more that we can educate people on the process, you know, our young people, to get them involved. I'd rather see a young person out working on voter registration than out shooting up the neighborhood.
I would love to see young people out working more personally.
So those groups, those organizations that come forward and try to help our communities,
yes, sir.
We should in no way try to impede their work. But we should make sure that those people that are registered to vote in their certain precincts or districts, that they who are who they are. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's how, and I heard Mayor Jones talking about different experiences.
Yes, sir.
Our experiences are different.
Yes, sir. We've talked about them over the years.
Over the years.
Yes, sir.
So in my community, we get out and we do a lot of outreach with our young people.
Yes, sir.
We have a lot of elderly people with disabilities that we try to get to the polls. So in any way that you start to impede that and make it criminal, then we've got some problems.
And
I
the
want to tell
gentleman's
you this
time.
while I'm here, man. I appreciate what you do. I appreciate your friendship.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Chair thanks the gentleman. All right, members. Question before us now is going to be the resolution on the special order calendar.
Move adoption.
All right. If you're in favor of this resolution, your special order calendar, you signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I believe the ayes have it. Calendar's passed. Resolution's adopted. Mr. Clerk, let's go ahead and let's call the first bill on the calendar.
On page 1 of the calendar, House Bill number 143 with amendment by Representative Pettis relating to crimes and offenses.
And the chair recognizes Representative Pettis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you a little background about this bill. Had a police officer in the city of Sheffield that was gunned down in the line of duty. And with us today is his wife, Miss Brandy Reisner. I want her to stand up, and I want everybody to see this is Miss Reisner. I cannot say enough about this family, what they've gone through. And the reason I'm bringing this bill is so hopefully another family will not have to go through what they did. What happened on this, I'm not going to tell you his name. I'm not going to give him that honor. But we had a subject that killed his father and went to prison. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Well, by our good time standards, he served 3 years. He gets out of prison. He decides one day he's riding down the road with his roommate. He shoots him in the head and pushes him out in the road. People get his tag number. Mr. Reisner was the lead officer chasing him, trying to stop him, trying to arrest him for another murder. In the process, them trying to stop him, he shoots 2 police officers, misses a third one. The first officer was Sergeant Nick Reisner, who died the next day. Officer Dotson was shot 3 times in the vest. His vest stopped him. The third officer was a Muscle Shoals police officer, shot him in the headrest and missed his head. This person today would still be in prison if we did not have the good time. What this bill does, it says if you kill somebody, you're not eligible for good time. Under current law, if you're sentenced to 15 or more years, you do not get good time. All this bill does is says if you kill somebody, you do not get good time. With that, I'll ask for the BR.
All right, members, the question before us now is going to be on the BIR for House Bill 143. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson County, Representative Rafferty, first person speaking on the BIR.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I just want to first start off with what happened to that officer is truly terrible. Absolutely. I just wanted to get some more clarifications as far as what's going on in the language of the law here. So where in the bill, so you said kill anybody, so because what crimes would that be? What crime was this gentleman convicted of? What was it?
Manslaughter.
Okay, manslaughter. After he killed his father.
Yes.
All right.
He was on trial for murder, and they plea bargained it down to manslaughter.
Okay. And what exactly is good time?
Good time.
Explain that a little bit to me.
Basically, if you serve in the state penitentiary, you get good time. For every day you serve, based on they have 3 different classifications, you get so many days credit for every day you serve. So like the subject that did this, he was sentenced to 10 years. He got out 3 years, like 2 months. His sentence was over because of the good time.
Okay. And is that built into the system here, like in this bill or in the law that's already?
It's in this law, yes. It tells you about how, like, a class 1 gets 75 days for every 30 days he actually serves.
Okay.
That's already in law. All this is in law.
See, if you're per the classification, right?
Yes.
Okay. See, all right. So what about in a situation where you would have somebody, I don't know, that committed a crime? Can you foresee a crime where this bill would not, of course, in this situation for this gentleman, I understand exactly what you're talking about. But could you see a situation that's not typical or that would be more typical in that situation? Does that make sense? What my question is here? All right, let me try back up here. All right, so what I'm asking is there a possibility for this to be too broad?
I don't think so. You take somebody's life, the person you took their life, they don't have no good time credit. They're dead.
Right. I get that. I do. But people do make mistakes, right?
Yes.
Right. What about for, like, I don't know, vehicular homicide, terrible stuff?
Vehicular homicide is a misdemeanor. You do not go to state prison. It does not affect you.
Well, thank you. All right, thank you for clarifying that. All right, can you tell me what is going on page 6 then here?
Basically, you talking about in section 2?
Yes.
What they did, they just reworded the exact same thing was up there. This was, LSA did that. They said they condensed the wording. It still says the same thing.
Okay. So it does still say the same thing?
Yes. It didn't change. And what happened in this case, good time don't really mean good time. The subject that did this, he had his good time taken away from him. A warden with a stroke of a pen gave it all back to him and he got out.
Okay.
And that's under the law and it still will be that way. It's just if you kill somebody, the warden will not be able to let you out.
The warden would not be able to let you out no matter
Yes.
what?
You can still go to the parole board. They don't change any of that stuff. All it does is says you don't automatically get the good time.
Okay, and I'm sorry, but can you go back to how do you earn good time again? Like, what does that
automatic.
mean? It's just automatic. So it's not like the completion of, rehab program
Nope.
or, participation in a, NA or AA program or something like
This
that.
is automatic.
It's just automatic, like just no problems. You haven't been in any trouble since you've been
No,
in corrections.
well, no, it don't say, good time, everybody would think you would have to be good in prison.
Okay.
The subject, he had his good time taken away from him because he wasn't good in prison.
Okay.
He caused a lot of problems, but by the law, the stroke of the pen, the warden can just give it back to him, and that's what happened, and he got out.
Okay. So, and even with, so even with, when you're saying that good time, even if you are doing something bad, what would be something bad that you would get good time taken away for?
Well, he put a prisoner in the hospital. He beat him up in prison.
Okay, so assault, or,
Yes.
yeah, pretty heavy assault there.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Do you have any amendments or anything that are coming to this bill?
There's one amendment where words were taken out, and it's just putting the words back in like it is today before this bill.
Okay. I'll probably
It's
have
a
to
committee,
talk about that.
it's a committee's
Committee
bill,
amendment?
yes. It just took out, they inadvertently took out a sentence, and it just puts the sentence back in.
Okay. Do you know where it is or anything
Yes,
like
it's on
that?
page 2, line 14.
All right.
The part that's struck out talks about the county jail. It says, or at hard label for the county jail. Where it was taken out, it puts it right back in like it is currently.
What's the difference there?
It's just in the current, that's in the current law today. We didn't mean to take that out. when we
Oh, they
passed
just
it.
didn't like it going back to just jail.
Just like it is today, yes.
Okay, all right. I follow. All right. Got 4 more minutes. So, how long you been working on this bill?
Since last year.
Since last year?
Yes.
You found it pretty easy and smooth to move through. Have there been any resistance to it so far, maybe in committee or anything like that?
It would come out of committee unanimous.
Unanimously?
Yes.
Okay. How long was it, what was I gonna ask here? Yeah, imagine, it went to Public Safety and Homeland Security.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay. I thought it might have gone to Judiciary for some reason,
No.
so, okay. Well, let's see. So how's it going?
Doing good.
No, all right. So, I mean, from talking with you, I do want to say that I really appreciate it and appreciate you bringing the bill. I would like to hear some more from other folks to see if they're thinking of something I'm not really thinking of.
Well, I'll
But
tell
so
you-
far, you haven't had any objection from any group or advocacy or anything like that with this
I'll
bill.
tell you why it's personal.
Yeah.
My son is a Muscle Shoals fireman. He was personal friends with Mr. Reisner. He's the one who pulled him out of the car after he was shot.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's personal.
Yeah. Okay. I see that. I feel that. I think we're going to have some more people that want to say something on this bill.
Okay.
Wish we could. All right. Well, you know what? I do appreciate you bringing the bill.
Thank you.
Like I said, I do want to hear from everyone else about it, and we'll see how I end up voting on it. But I see it means a lot to you.
Yes, sir.
And I see it means a lot to your this family up here too. I want to say thank you for being here today. I do understand why this one was brought to the calendar. So I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. And thank you, Speaker. Thank you, body.
Chair thanks the gentleman. All right. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lauderdale, Representative Greer, second person speaking on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Pettis, I really appreciate you handling this bill. You know, Sergeant Reisner's daughter was with us yesterday, visited us here at the Capitol. She's a student, I think a freshman at the University of North Alabama.
Yes, sir.
She and her mother are my constituents. And I've done a little research. Sergeant Reisner was not only a good policeman, he was an outstanding citizen.
Yes, sir.
And what we've done with the good time rules in Alabama, we're making a joke out of the sentencing system. Now, also, we've seen what record he had, this guy had before they let him out of prison.
Yes.
He should have never been let out. Who let him out ought to take his place. But that's not going to happen.
Nope.
They just open the door, sentence 10 years, 3 years, just open the door and get on out. Get on out of here.
Yes, sir.
And then you go home and you just continue the same old stuff.
Yes, sir.
But we got to stop that.
Yes, sir.
And I'm for this bill 100%. And here again, you know, let's move forward and let's do what's right in Alabama and let's pass this good law. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. And the chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris, third person speaking on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
This bill came through public safety. I sit on that committee. I like the bill, sending much love and gratitude towards the family who lost their loved one. I wanted to come down and talk on the calendar a little bit earlier, but so now I have to come and talk to you.
I understand.
Yes, and I have a case that took place right here in Montgomery County, right? So back in 2019, a police officer actually killed a guy named Greg Gunn. He was convicted in the courts here in Alabama. And that was in 2019, and he still to this day is walking free. And he just got another stay with an appeal. And I just don't understand. We always talk about, you know, law-abiding citizens.
Yes, ma'am.
So instantly, your life can change, right? It can change as soon as you go and you do something and you go to court and the jury find you guilty. And from that moment on, you become a criminal.
Yes.
Well, however, we still have someone who has been convicted in the courts in Alabama and still walking free for killing someone. And I just don't see how, and I totally understand why you bringing this bill. I see it, murder taking place a lot, especially in my community. I had a cousin that was killed in 2015, and the young man who killed him actually got life without the possibility. I understand when you have people who come through the system, and once they come through the system, they get the good time. And after you kill someone, like you said, how do you get good time?
Yes.
How do you, I mean, I know that you're supposed to get a appeal bond, I guess, but to still actually be walking, you know, free after the courts has said, you know, that you're guilty. You know, our DAs worked extremely hard on that case, and they actually got a conviction. And to this day, from 2019, he's actually still free. And it's just sad. It's sad. It's sad for the family. It's sad for the community. And just like how you said, it's personal.
Yes.
It's personal. It be people that you know,
Yes.
your friends, your family, people that you actually grew up with, and then you have to actually see this play out. So for that family that you're being able to get, not just that family, it's a lot of more families
Yes.
that's going to be actually very happy that they can't get good time because, you know, if you went to prison for drugs, more than likely you in there for a long time.
Well,
Bond
you
is,
still get good time on drugs.
yeah, you get a good time, but they let you. It seems like we letting people out faster with other crimes, more violent than because you said you saw the guy's record
Yes.
of what all took place before
Why? He was in prison.
in prison.
Yes, while he's in prison is when he even beat up another prisoner and put him in the hospital.
Wow.
He still got out. Still got the good time.
And still got good time.
Yes.
Sad.
You did.
Sad. And you know, we trying to make things better for all of our citizens right here in Alabama. And I get so many phone calls, a lot about, you know, things that's taking place inside the prison system and some of them fighting, the stabbings and all this stuff that's taking place. And then you come in and you give us, you know, what you just said, and I could tell it made you very emotional, just thinking and talking about it. And again, this bill came through public safety. And I'm gonna have to go sit down because I just want to say.
Well, it is a good bill.
It is. And we have this calendar that came up, and I wanted to, Mike Jones is not here. I told him, one day I just really want to be like Mike. I just really want to be like Mike. I mean, a lot of people want to be a lot of different things, but I just really want to be like Mike. I want to be able to just get up, go sit down and just come up with some stuff and bring it in and say, hey, and then he do it so smoothly.
Yes.
He don't have the look on his face and he just straight, man, I call him the get it doneer. He's gonna get it done. Yep. So, and I just say, I just want to be like Mike. I don't know what it takes to become Rouge Chair. Hopefully one day.
It's gonna be open next term. Because he's running for a higher office. So.
I know he's going to the Senate.
So it'll be open.
And I just got here, and the speaker been wonderful.
Yep.
Pistol standing right there. They don't bumped him up. So, and it's just been a wonderful experience for me for my first term.
Yes.
And I just want to be like Mike. Mike going upstairs, and I hope that one day y'all will look around and say, I'm going to let Tashina Mars be like Mike Jones. I know it sounds a little, a little difficult. I'm going to be Rouge Chair. One day, we're going to say that. They say you speak it and put it in the atmosphere, it shall happen. I'm going to put it up there in the atmosphere. So one day, that's my goal while I'm here. Because I've seen a whole lot of stuff being moved and shaken. And I just feel like Mike Jones right now is just the man.
Yep.
Yes, and then he comes and he stand up here, no matter what you say, he looks. When you get finished, he shakes your hand. It doesn't, I mean, I know it matters, but he give you that line of respect when you walk away. So I just want to be like Mike. And I think I can be like Mike. I think Mike gonna help me be like him once he make it up there to the Senate.
That'll be
What
good.
you think? What you think, Mr. Speaker? All right. So when I become Rouge, well, thank you. So when I become Rouge Chair, Pistol, you're gonna help me. When I tell y'all to help vote for me, y'all help vote for me, because it's gonna be now or later, but I'm gonna be like Mike. All right, y'all have a good one.
Thank you.
And the chair thanks the lady.
Thank you.
The fourth person speaking on the BIR, the gentleman from DeKalb County, Leader Ledbetter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yule.
Yes.
Representative Pettis, I know that you and I have had conversation about this particular incident way back when it happened, and I know it's emotional for you. I know your family and being involved in law enforcement, it's something that's dear to your heart. And sometimes when we carry these bills, occasionally it gets to us. I mean, it's personal. And I know this one's personal for you.
Yes, sir.
And for Ms. Resner, I appreciate your service because your service was there too. Anybody that's in law enforcement, the wife or the spouse, be it the wife or the husband, serves just as much as what the officer does.
So true.
I want to commend you for bringing this bill, and I certainly commend you and for what you've been through. We pray for you and your family. And well, I hope that all our members in the chamber does the same thing, is pray for her family. And certainly, I'm going to support your bill and look forward to voting on it.
Thank you.
All right, member, I believe the question before us now is going to be the adoption of the BIR. If you're in favor of the BIR, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Voting on the BIR on House Bill 143. All the members voted. All the members voted? Okay. All right. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 101 yeas, 0 nays, 0 abstention, and the BIR is adopted. Now, Representative Pettis, we're back on the floor with the bill.
Have a committee amendment.
Committee amendment. Go ahead and I think you briefly touched on it,
I
but
did.
explain it again.
What happened when we drafted the bill, penitentiary or at hard label at the county jail was inadvertently taken out. This just puts it back in like it is today.
All right, you've heard the explanation of the committee amendment, and the chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore, speaking on the committee. Representative Rogers, you want to speak on the committee amendment? Okay. We're on the committee amendment now.
I was going to speak on the bill, but what does the amendment do?
What it when the LRS drafted the bill, this sentence was inadvertently taken out. All this does is put it back like it is today.
What was the sentence? I'm reading the bill, but I don't recall that sentence.
It's on page 2, line 14. If you look, it's strike out. It's got a line through it. All it does is takes that strike out.
Okay, so it puts it back like it was.
Like it is today, before this bill was drafted. Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, I just wondered. I'm just wondering why it was so important to change. I mean, why was it so important to change that little bit so they put it right back in there?
Well, it was inadvertently. They didn't mean to take it out. We called it after it already went through, after I already introduced it, so I had to do the amendment to put it back in. It was called after they had already drafted the bill.
So it was a mistake made.
Yes, it was just inadvertently taken out. It didn't mean to, so that's why we're putting it back.
Okay, all right.
It has nothing to do with my part of the bill.
Okay, so it really doesn't affect any part of the bill whatsoever. No. It just made it like it was. But how did that mistake was made since it was written in the original bill, right?
Yes, it was when I first had it drafted, they took that sentence out, and after it was drafted and I turned the bill in, they called it, said, "Oh, this was not supposed to be taken out."
Well, what I'm wondering is how do you? I mean, I know sometimes mistakes are made, but if you put it in the original bill, then how do you, somebody just read it wrong and just scratch it out or something? I'm trying to figure out how you make a mistake that way. I mean, we got provision folks around here in this legislature. I know that don't make that kind of mistake. How can that be?
I had another attorney that looked at it and called it, said, "Oh, that needs to be in there. We don't need to take that out."
Oh,
an attorney called it.
I mean, was it so? It must have been questionable.
Well, no, it should have. It's in their law now, and when they drafted my bill, they inadvertently put a line through it to strike it out. All this amendment does is take the strike out and leave it in there like it is today.
But was it questionable? I mean, I'm trying to figure out how you sitting there reading a bill that's evidently a good bill, Everybody, I mean, I don't doubt that the bill is good. But my question gonna be later on the bill is about a good time. Because the fact that we got an overcrowded prison system. I mean, you realize that.
Yes, sir.
I'm not gonna talk about that right now.
Okay.
But everybody sitting here, I mean, I think it's wonderful to do it for the family. I have no problem with that.
Mhm.
But you know we got an overcrowded prison system, and we got to try to do everything we can to try to alleviate the prison system. We had a federal lawsuit one time. I'm sure it's still there. But they, you know how Alabama is about federal lawsuits. So therefore, it makes you wonder when something come up and you want to amend it to take something out that was already there that was good. There must have been some question about it. What was the question about it in the first place? Why would a lawyer take it out?
I can't. That be LRS. When they drafted it, it was there was Representative Greer and we both had almost identical bills, and they did it both of them, and we both had to have amendments to fix the same thing. It was inadvertently taken out of both our bills.
That's what bothered me. I mean, you see what bothered me. I'm asking a question.
Yeah. That's why so many people read back over to try to catch, because we make mistakes.
Hey, me and you good. I mean, we good friends, but
yes, sir.
I'm saying, must be some reason somebody must have read the bill, had some question about it, why it was taken out. So my question to you is, that everybody else, what was the question about it in the first place? I mean, I know you said it was inadvertently, but yes, it couldn't have been inadvertently if somebody looking at the bill and everybody. I mean, nobody's fighting your bill, but it was inadvertently. If you put it in there, it was good. Why did they inadvertently take it out in the first place?
I mean, LRS.
It must be some reason. I wish LRS was here to ask him the same question.
Yep.
Why would a perfectly good bill, and all of a sudden somebody reading it and say, well, something wrong with this? My question is not to you, what was wrong, why they took it out the first time? That's my question. I'm serious about that. The fact that,
and that I can't. Is that when I went to them for my part, I didn't say anything about that. That was not what I wanted.
But did you see it when? I ask you a question. Did you see it when it first happened?
I read it, but I didn't catch it. I wasn't the one that caught it.
That's what I'm trying to say. So
I didn't catch it.
It must have been some reason why they took it out.
I don't know.
If they took it out, well then, it wasn't inadvertent then, was it?
Well, that's the way I think, is it was, they said they didn't mean to take it out. That's when we put it back in. That's why they put it right back in. It's just like all these amendments, code sections are put in wrong. There's so many things, and that's why we do amendments, to make sure they are right. That's why we want to make sure when we do them, I want them to be exactly right.
Well, it was exactly right the first time. So now, they're lawyers, right?
Yes, sir. So
therefore, they must have saw something that caused them some concern for them to take it out the first time. So what I'm trying to get at, what was the primary concern for them to take it out in the first place? Because the fact, and I'm trying to figure out now what it was. They might have saw something that I didn't see, I can't see, for them to inadvertently take it out. And so
the same one put it back in. I went back to the same one and said this. They brought this to my attention. Will you read this? And they said, "Oh, okay. We put it back in, fix it, put it back like it was."
Did he tell you? Did he tell you why? I said, "Well,
no."
Did he tell you why he took it out the first time? No. I mean, I'm really. I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
It concerns me when a person looks at a bill, and they're supposed to be experts, right? When they look at a bill, they read it. We trust them to do it right. And I do. I trust them, and they've done me a good job over the years, and they've always been right. But it beguiles me when I look at the fact that you had a perfectly good bill in there, and you had it written just done tootin' right. Then they take it out. So my question is to now, maybe something was wrong, and we just don't know.
Well, you know, you get different lawyers look at different things. Every one of them have a different opinion of what's right and what's wrong.
You know how I feel about a lawyer, they're down with us. Every lawyer got his own interpretation of what should be and shouldn't be.
Yes, sir.
And that's my question is. My question is, but if it was written right the first time, what did they see?
Well, another attorney's the one that saw it and brought it back, and they brought it to me, and I took it back up there and said, "Oh, okay, yeah, we'll fix it."
But you accepted it the first time, right?
Yeah. Well, I read this part that was taken out had nothing to do with what I was trying to do.
Oh, well, you.
This was just in the same bill. That's why this has nothing to do with what I was trying to do on the good time. This has nothing to do with the good time part on that bill.
Well, I'm just saying that if they took it out, I'm just wondering what it was. I'm just wondering what they saw. That lawyer must have saw something in his mind to say that. But I guess, long as you feel comfortable with it. That's
Yeah,
all.
I'm just putting it back. This has nothing to do with my part of the bill.
So they put it right back in like you had it first time.
Like it was already. This is already law now. This is the way the law reads now.
Okay.
This puts it back like it is today.
Okay.
That part was changed. We don't want to change that part.
Okay. All right. Well, as long as you're satisfied with it now. And,
yes.
And excuse me, I got to see here.
All right.
And the speaker thanks the gentleman. At this time, the chair would like to recognize the lady from Madison County, Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I have listened and I've heard your feelings as it relates to this particular bill. And so early on when we started this day, we had very many concerns, not about this bill, but about the process that we use here in this chamber.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it's not about your bill.
I understand.
The dissent is about the process that was used as relate to how this calendar came about.
Yes, ma'am.
And certainly my sympathy goes out to the family as it relates to their loss. No one should have to go through that, but we do. So as I've expressed my dissent about the calendar, it is not about the bill, it's about the calendar.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember, was it last year or the year before, we had an incident in Marshall County where an individual had been released from prison?
His was on, he was, I think, got out on parole.
Was he on parole or
Yes.
probation?
He was either probation, either parole or
He was
probation.
on one of those.
I remember where he
right.
killed, yes, he killed.
And do you remember what that bill was like that we did? We
Yes.
passed a bill
To change that.
to change that.
Yes, ma'am.
And that change, do you remember what it did? It was something about, and it's somewhere, it appears that it must have been tied, if I recall correctly, it was tied probably to the parole board.
I think it was.
And we ended up getting a new parole board where fewer people presently are being released.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that was a major incident that caused a change. And it appears that this is one that you are working on creating a change as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you go with me as I go through this just to
Okay.
make sure I'm clear on what we're doing? And one other thing I want to say about it appears about this individual. I don't know how far back your records went in terms of this particular individual, and didn't know who that was. But it appeared there were some major problems with
Yes.
the individual. I'm talking about personal, internal, mental health, it
Yes.
appeared. And I think Representative, Majority Leader has been working very hard to make sure that the mental health treatments and things that people
Yes.
are needing, Representative Rex Reynolds and his others have been working very hard to make sure those resources are provided.
Yes.
So I think in addition to what you're trying to do, it is so important
Mhm.
that we make sure whatever those things that those individuals need. If they were doing the same crazy thing in prison, that should tell us,
Yes.
give us some message about it. That's just my personal thought.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you look on page, I guess let's start on page 2.
Okay.
So we struck out, this is where your amendment came on
Yes,
page
ma'am.
2. So that takes care of your amendment, the
Yes.
or at hard labor.
Yes.
That you're putting back in.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about other than for life? That's removed. You see where I am, page 2,
Yes.
line 16.
Good time does not apply if you're sentenced to 15 or more years now, or for life or anything more. Good time does not kick in. It's only if you're sentenced for less than 15 years.
15 years.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so that takes that. Down to the next thing, we took out on line 18, be entitled, may earn a deduction from the term of his or her sentence. It says may be entitled, so we remove entitled.
Yes.
And so how does that impact all of these other things that are listed 1 through?
Basically, what they're saying is it was too wordy, and it still says the same thing. Excuse me. They still may earn a deduction. Excuse me.
Sure. Do we need
They said it didn't change. A lot of things they go through, and when they're too wordy or something like that, the attorneys is the one took that stuff out.
Yeah, so when I read it, it said may be entitled, may earn a deduction from the term of his or her sentence.
Yes.
If, and then number 1 says 75 days for every 30 days. Is that correct? Is that what they can earn?
Yes.
And 40 days for each 30 days if it's class 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what's the difference between this number 1, and number 2? The class 1 prisoner.
When they go into Department of Corrections, they're classified as a 1, 2, or 3 class prisoner. Department of Corrections is the one who does that.
And is that based on their criminal charge?
That I don't know. I know the Department of Corrections is the one who does that.
Okay. Well, we have to find that out because
Yes.
I didn't. All right. So let's go to page 3, line 8. And it says the class, well, line 3, I hate these glasses. The classification shall encompass consideration. Within 90 days, the Commissioner of the Department shall establish and publish an appropriate directive. And it indicates what those directives are for each one of those classes.
Yes.
But then it said the classification shall encompass consideration of the prisoner's behavior description. So none of that is changing.
No.
So when you go
Basically,
to,
it's just changing the word. They changed the word here. Yeah, that's just where LRS went in there and
I
changed
hear
the
you.
words around.
Okay. Class 1, it said instead of set aside, it says includes prisoners
Yes.
who are considered, I got you, I see where we are now. So this tells us the different classes. If they're trustworthy and have respect and everything, they're class 1.
Yes.
If they have a job that's under supervision and doing, or maybe a correctional employee, then they become a class 2.
Yes.
If they're class 3, they have special assignment, may not, and they don't have any privileges like class 1 and class 2 has.
Yes.
So, all right. So I got them clear on that. Class 4, those are the prisoners that are not yet classified but who are able to work and refuse, or prisoners who commit disciplinary infractions. What does that mean? They can
take their good time away, but they can also give it back, and that's what happened in this
tell
case.
me what that process is like. So if a person gets in trouble, beat up on somebody or hurt somebody in prison, they take the good time, whatever they've accumulated away.
Yes.
And there is a process. Is there a process in here in a place that allows that to be
Basically,
given
the
back?
warden of the prison, he can give and he can take. It's up to him, one person in each prison.
But did you address that in a place in the
No,
bill? I didn't
I'm
see
not
it in
changing.
place.
I'm not changing any of that. That's still in effect today for anything else. Any other people that's eligible for good time, I'm not changing any of that. The only thing I'm changing is if you kill somebody, you don't get the good time.
All right. Will you go with me on page 4?
Mm-hmm.
On line 18. Well, it's talking about a prisoner getting higher classifications.
Yes. That's how they go from from a 3 to a 2 to a 1.
But if he can say that a prisoner has, the way I read this, if they have a higher classification, they are not granted retroactive correctional incentive if they've done certain things. Is that how you read that? Which it sounds like would take care of what you were talking about
he can
earlier
take it
with
away.
the correction.
Yes.
So
It don't base it just because you're in a higher classification don't mean you get the way I'm reading it. Don't mean you get different credits.
So go down to line 17.
13,
17.
17. What credit? They just changed credit to time.
Okay, so it says nothing in this article shall be, and you took out shall be interpreted as authorizing an inmate or authorizing a prisoner to receive
Yes.
correctional incentive.
Yeah,
time.
it's just a change where the LRS changed the wording. They thought it sounded better
So
doing
you
that.
saying that's basically the basis of your bill,
Well, that's just where they changed the wording that's already in the bill.
right?
And the lady's time.
Right. Okay. I think I'm good. Oh, okay. I got one more.
And the chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Baldwin County, Representative Simpson.
Yes, the commissioner, or the warden is one. Commissioner and the warden and all that. Yes.
Representative Pettis, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition. Representative Pettis, I just wanted to commend you on bringing this action. You know, as someone who's had to sit across the table from families who've lost loved ones as a result of being the victims of crimes, to be able to have to tell them, we're going to send the person away that did this, we're sending them to prison, but we don't have a clue how long it's going to be until they get out. It could be 3 days, it could be 3 months, it could be 3 years, it could be 30 years.
Yes,
Because you don't know exactly how the good time is going to work in the prison system.
that's correct.
And what your bill does now gives that opportunity to when someone loses a loved one, someone can sit across the table from them and say, yes, they received a 10-year sentence from the judge, and we know for a fact they're going to serve at least a large portion of that.
Yes.
Generally, you're talking 85%, sometimes around that ballpark, but generally 85%. So I applaud you. I applaud Sergeant Risner's family for this, because every single victim in the state of Alabama now that's the victim of someone who was lost as a family member because of a homicide, because of manslaughter, because of murder, when they have that conversation with the prosecutors, when they have that conversation with the judges, they will have some closure. They will have an opportunity to know that that person will be behind bars for a certain period of time, and that is a comfort that you just cannot explain. And so, ma'am, thank you for what you've done. And your husband, I am terribly sorry for your loss. He has made a change in the difference in the laws in Alabama once this law passes. Thank you for bringing this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. All righty. And the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers, you want to speak again?
Yeah, I don't have any idea.
I was about to go to reference service and ask them about my concern.
Mm-hmm.
But when you made that, I'm serious about this. I'm not.
Yeah.
When you made that change, when they made that change, in your original bill, you already had that in there, what you wanted, right?
Well, the law, that's already the law today, before this bill was ever written. What I'm trying to do is amend that law. That part I'm not trying to amend. The part I'm amending is further down in the law. When they wrote, it's like a lot of the words, they've changed words in there. That was all LRS did. I didn't ask them to do any of that. All I want to do is put my part of the bill. But when they're in there, usually they'll change words around, like they got prisoner and they got inmate. They try to make them consistent, is what they told me.
What I was trying to find out, I'm not trying to filibust. I'm not filibustering the bill right now.
Yes.
I'm filibustering another bill. But I'm concerned by the mere fact that it was serious enough for them to change it. And why did they change it if it's that serious and put it right back in there? That's what my concern. I don't care. I don't care if it's your bill or my bill. If it was serious enough for them to change it the first time, it must have been some concern of theirs that we didn't see.
Well, what happened, they're not the ones who called it. I had another attorney bring it to me and say, hey, this is a problem. You don't need to change that part of the bill. That needs to stay in the law now. They didn't want that part changed. And that's not what I'm trying to change, what this sentence was marked out.
Okay, because as you know, I'll talk about the bill later on, but as you know that anytime I'm not any lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. Mr. Speaker might be a lawyer, but anytime you go to, they give you if you get life without, you got to stay in there.
Yes.
Your life with, even though if it's a murder, it's usually just 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And the judge probably give you 10 years, you're getting out anyway. So what you'll be really doing is saying that they can't get good time for the 10 years.
Well, it don't say the 10 years. It just says if you kill somebody, you're not eligible for good time. That's what my bill, that's all it's about. All this other stuff is them changing words around and all that. But that one little section, all it does is add, if you kill somebody, you do not get good time. That's the only part I asked to be changed.
So the other part, the part that I'm really concerned about the part that that the lawyer saw, and I'm concerned with what they saw that they shouldn't change.
They shouldn't have changed.
I'm not criticizing the people who wrote it.
Yep.
But I'm concerned that what did they see to make them want to change it? If it was okay.
That I can't answer. That was part of, this is like all these different words. They did all that. I had nothing to do with that.
And I'm not trying to stall your bill there. I'm really concerned about that fact. And I tell him, Mr. Speaker, that what did they see that they want to change in the first place? There must have been something they saw to make them want to change it in the first place.
Well, I've had other bills where they've took words out that they didn't mean to. We've had to put words back in. To me, this is basically the same thing. It was inadvertently taken out.
Okay,
That's the way I see it. I didn't ask them to take that out.
You know, in my mind, I'm thinking it must have been something that person saw
Yep.
to make them take out in the first place. So what I'm trying to say, what was it they saw to make them take out in the first place if it was innocuous?
Yeah.
If it was innocuous, it make any difference. Why was it taken out in the first place?
That I can't answer. I don't know why they did it.
So it makes me wonder maybe there's something in there that we should have known what it was that might have caused some concern. But nobody knows. It's like that Pregos. Don't worry about it, it's in there. So yeah, I'm concerned about that, and so I'm not trying to stymie you. But I'm just concerned if that's serious enough to make a change, and then you put it back in there.
Well, I've had this happen a lot. I'm taking something out and I had to go back and amend it, put it back in. This ain't the first time this has ever happened to me. Just me on my bills. I've had to do this.
Okay, well, you know, I know how lawyers are.
Mm-hmm.
They see things we don't see.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess, so I'm trying to see what the lawyer saw, we didn't see.
Well, one saw it and one
saw it,
different,
didn't see
different.
it. So I'm trying to see what he saw, the other guy didn't see. It might be something we need to know about. I'm really concerned about that. I'm not concerned about, it ain't your bill. I'm concerned about the fact that if somebody put something and saw something and changed it, and then all of a sudden it's not there. Like, it's like Houdini.
Yep.
It's here, but it's gone, now it's gone.
Yep. And that's why they, you know, and they go through a
I'm
process.
serious about
Somebody
this
just
thing.
didn't
That needs
catch
to
it.
be looked into to me, because the fact that why would you inadvertently change something that shouldn't be changed? If it happen, you know, we say it happened a lot of times to you. It never happened to me before.
It always happened to me several times. I do a lot of amendments on stuff where like it may say Title 32 and it's supposed to be in Title 33. I mean, there's, you know, none of us is perfect. We all make mistakes. And this was just, they said it was inadvertently taken out. And when I brought it to their attention, they said, oh, we'll put it right back in. That's what I was told.
Okay, I'm gonna take your understanding, but I'm still concerned by the fact that they might have saw something we need to know what they saw.
Yep.
All right,
Well, they put it right back in, so there was
Okay,
no argument
okay,
about it.
okay, all right, but it's still a question. It's still, see my concern on that,
Yes, sir.
don't you? That's what I'm concerned about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not only is this bill on any bill that if it inadvertent, well, why take it out?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from DeKalb County, Leader Ledbetter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring a motion to ride the previous question.
All right, clerk receive the motion.
Motion in writing, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 25, I move the previous question.
All right, members, you've heard the motion brought before the floor. If you're in favor of this motion, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. And the clerk will unlock the machine and we will vote. We're voting on the previous question. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 74 yeas, 26 nays, 0 abstention, and the previous question does prevail. All right, now we're back on the bill and the amendments that were made. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. Yes, ma'am.
I had a legitimate question, but somehow or another, in this body, you can't ask questions if you're black. But it is that. I had a legitimate question when I looked at your bill and the speaker. My light been on all day. And it was a concern I have for some people who have received medical release. And when the governor came and did the moratorium on paroles, it prevented it. And my concern was, was there anything in this bill that would now prevent those men and women who they committed murder, but because they were seriously ill,
No.
the doctors had recommended that they be paroled. And I know that process where she took the moratorium off has happened, but I was concerned was if there was anything in your bill.
No. All
That
this is good time only.
Good time, so
On
wouldn't,
parole, any of that, all that's still in effect.
okay, because that
This
was
is
my
only good time.
concern.
Yes.
Because some of it, when I saw it, when I looked at your bill, and I know within the last few weeks,
Mhm.
some of their family members had asked was anything coming around that still would prevent them from
No,
coming
this has
home.
nothing to do with it.
Okay, because their illnesses had gotten progressively worse.
The parole board and all that is all still in effect. It don't change any of that.
Okay, it's just a good time.
Just good
I
time
just
only.
want to clarify.
Yes, good
Thank you
time
so
only.
very much. And I'm going to pray for y'all.
Thank you.
I really am. I'm going to pray for y'all.
I need it. Thank you. I do.
All right, and the chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes we've got just a few minutes left. Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, my heart breaks for the family of the officer that was killed. I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
I have a concern, and it really revolves around the word hope. If we have people in our prisons who have already been in a system where they thought they might be working towards good time, and they're behaving, and they're doing everything we've told them to do, does this take away the hope that they could get out?
If they're on the good time, only if on the good time part, yes, it does. If they've been convicted of killing somebody, if the day of this bill signs, good time is gone for anybody that's killed anybody.
But that's going forward, or that's for everybody who's in prison now?
Well,
That's-
this says
that is-
nobody's eligible for it after the date. I think it's 3 months after the governor signs it. I think, the way I understand it, yes.
So I'm concerned that we're going to take away the hope that those people have, and then where's the incentive for them to behave?
Well, it's this, there's this
Other
like
than-
this, there was no, wasn't being behaved, and he still got it. This is pretty much automatic. And if you've killed somebody, you shouldn't automatically get out just because of a good time, shorter period of time. They can still go through the parole board. They can still do any other incentives, just not the good time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And the chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Daniels. We've got about 6.5 minutes.
The gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Sir, explain good time for me, if you don't mind.
Well, I'll read what I. Basically what it is, it's Correction Incentive Time Act, which is called good time. And it says, despite the name, deduction is not specifically based on offenders' conduct in prison. They automatically get it unless somebody takes it away. Whether you're good, bad, whatever you do, this was giving them automatically getting good time.
So the guidance, so the good time, if, I guess, somebody did 10 years, 15 years for something, was sentenced to that, and good time, I guess, when they're sentenced, as a good time coming to effect a certain year? Is
Well-
it different for, I guess, by the case, or a typical 5 years, 10 years? When is that?
Well, the way the system's set up is Class 1, Class 2, Class 3 prisoners. Whatever class the corrections puts you in is how many days you get for every day you serve. Like it's in the bill, like a Class 3 prisoner, or just say a Class 1. This is in law today. They get, for every 30 days they serve, they get 75 days credit.
Okay.
And if you're a Class 2, you get 45 days for every 30 days you serve. And if you're a Class 3, you get 20 days for every 30 days. So if you serve 30 and you're a Class 3, you get 50 days credit. But if you're a Class 1, for every 30 days you serve, you get 105 days.
Okay. And that's more than just for murder, right? That's just in general?
That's all good time.
Okay.
And my bill's not changing anything unless you kill somebody.
Okay. And I'm certainly, for one, I've always been concerned about individuals that have committed murder, in many instances, do less time than individuals for drugs or, different offenses. And so I've always been concerned about that in general. And certainly, my heart goes out to the families, any family that have had someone that have been murdered, period. And so it's something that I've often wondered and really didn't understand why. But I think that as long as this is not really touching other areas, I think
Yes,
that
touches nothing but killing somebody.
yeah, and that's real tough. I certainly hope that, in many instances they talk about the Scared Straight program, where you take some. hopefully this particular piece of legislation, if we're educating the public on this particular piece of legislation, the individuals that commit, they'll think twice before.
I hope so.
Before committing murder in general. But I think that, the question from the previous speaker on my colleagues, when she asked about, about good time and would this prohibit individuals from being able to be released early, and you mentioned that it would. It would prevent them from being, but.
If you kill somebody.
If you kill somebody.
Yes.
And so I certainly believe that this particular piece of legislation has merit, and hopefully we've properly vetted this piece of legislation and make certain that there's no unintended consequences that we may see down the road. But I feel very strongly about anyone that murders another
Yes, sir.
person. I feel very strong about that, and often wonder why the consequence was not adequate in many instances.
Yes, sir.
It depends on where you are in the state. And so hopefully the guidelines would prevent corrections or whomever from incentivizing or giving. And so this is something that'll stop that. I just hope that we look at this as something, as a stopping point, and
Yes,
we don't expand this to other areas where individuals that do other things that have made mistakes in other areas. And so
Yeah, my intentions is strictly this, because me being a law enforcement officer for 25 years, I've never personally went through it, but I have been with other officers that lost their life, given the ultimate sacrifice. And the reason I'm bringing this bill, I don't want another family to go through what Ms. Reisner went through.
And this is beyond law enforcement. This is
Yes.
in general, right?
Well,
Okay.
yes.
Okay,
But
just
he
wanna
got
make that
out.
clear.
His first killing was his dad. He killed his own dad, is what he went to prison for.
He shouldn't have been out.
Well, he was sentenced to 10 years. He served 3 years and some months, and he was out. And then he ended up killing 2 more people after he got out.
Oh my God! And where is he now?
He's in jail waiting on capital murder. He's been charged with, I think, 4 counts of capital
Should
murder.
be waiting on.
Well, they're going to they've asked for the death sentence.
Okay, and man, and they're allowing him to. I mean, that's.
Yes.
I better not go down that road.
But if this bill had been in effect, he would have been in prison today, and them 2 people would have still been alive that he killed that day.
Well, certainly think that this is a good step in the right direction, especially very sorry what happened to family's loved one, any person being murdered. My heart goes out to them and their families in general. And so hopefully this will teach individuals that are that are in different environments
Yes,
or in a situation hopefully they'll think twice before committing that act.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And the gentleman's time. And the chair thanks the gentleman. All right, members, the question before us now is going to be on final passage of House Bill 143. Under the previous question order, we will be voting on the amendment and the bill. All right. If you are in favor of the amendment and the bill for final passage, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. This is the amendment. We're voting on the amendment. All right, all the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 101 yeas, 0 nays, 0 abstentions. The amendment is passed. Now we move to final passage on House Bill 143 as amended. If you're in favor of this bill, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 99 yeas, 1 nay, 1 abstention, and House Bill 143 as amended is passed.
Thank you.
And Ms. Reisner, you have our respect and our prayers. All right, clerk, call the next bill on special order.
On page 8 of the calendar, House Bill number 194 by Representative Allen relating to elections.
Representative Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 194, colleagues, would prohibit a state or local official responsible for the conduct of an election or his or her employee from soliciting, accepting, or using donations of money, grants, property, or personal services from an individual or non-governmental entity for the purposes of funding certain election-related expenses, including voter education, voter outreach, or voter registration programs. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call for the BIR.
All right, the question before us is going to be the adoption of the BIR, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Randolph, Representative Fincher, first person speaking on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This gentleman yields.
Sir.
I want to commend you for bringing this piece of legislation. One thing I think we need to make clear at the outset, who does this apply to? I mean, who is covered by this bill and who is told they cannot receive funds?
Yeah, so on page 3 of the bill, under Section 1B, it says, notwithstanding any other law, no state or local public official responsible for the conduct of an election, nor his or her employee, may solicit, accept, or use any donation in the form of money, grants, property, or personal services from an individual or a non-governmental entity for the purpose of funding election-related expenses or voter education, voter outreach, or voter registration programs.
So basically what you're saying is that the only people who are prohibited from receiving these funds are government officials.
Correct.
And they're prohibited in using these funds to conduct elections or election activities.
Correct.
So if you have a group out there that is participating in voter education or whatever, they are not prohibited unless they're government officials.
Correct.
So basically, there's a very specific group that's being prohibited here.
Right. So
whose responsibility is it to conduct elections in this state?
Well, it's the Secretary of State as the chief elections official, the probate judges, circuit clerks, absentee election managers, board of registrars, and poll workers, and sheriffs. Those are the public officials responsible for the conduct of the administration of our election laws.
And those are the only people who, under this legislation, would be prohibited from taking funds and using those funds to conduct an election.
Correct. And nowhere in this bill does it say that any private organization can go out and conduct seminars on their own or do any kind of voter registration drives on their own. This bill does not prohibit that.
They can still do that
on their
to
own.
their heart's content, basically.
Correct.
They're allowed to do that. It is the state of Alabama's responsibility to conduct elections in the state of Alabama. And our local officials participate in that as well, but it is a state responsibility to do that. Your bill would prevent the commingling of government funds and private funds.
Correct.
There has been concern about elections and all of that, and we've all been through that very recently. But, you know, we all know that with money comes control. And if you accept money, you have the possibility of accepting outside control as well.
And influence.
And influence. And we never, I don't think we ever want to see Alabama put in a position where our strings can be yanked, especially in the election process, because that is a very, you know, that is what all of our activity is based on. We're elected officials. We want to see fair elections conducted by the state in a very fair manner.
Yes.
I commend you for bringing this. Thank you, Representative Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Fincher.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson. Second person speaking on the BR.
Mr. Speaker, gentleman, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
You didn't mention any names of those organizations. You just gave some. Could you give some names of these organizations you're referring to?
Yeah, any private organization, nonprofit that would like to conduct voter
Name
registration.
these organizations, nonprofit, private, that's going to be involved in the process.
Well, there's been a few that's came out in the last couple of days against this bill. You know, it's a very simple four-page bill. If you read it, it's pretty clear about what it does. The League of Women Voters is free to go conduct voter outreach and voter seminars, voter registration on their own.
Are
This bill does not affect them.
Are they guilty of violating?
No.
That's what I was thinking.
No, as long as they do it on their own.
Haven't they been doing it on their own? Don't
Sure. So this bill does not affect them, so they shouldn't oppose it.
They shouldn't oppose it. They feel like
because it doesn't affect them.
They feel like their rights being infringed upon. That's why they oppose it.
Yeah, the bill's pretty clear.
See, the bill say one thing, the intent is a whole lot different from what the bill say. But see, I see what is happening. It's kind of remind me, going back to 2020 elections, when we had the a candidate to call the Secretary of State and ask for 11,784 votes.
When the what now? I couldn't hear you.
So when a candidate called the Secretary of State and asked them to go looking for more votes, now that should be prohibited. That is against the law. That should be a part of this process. See, teaching people the rights of voting, it shouldn't be infringed. And so I understand where you are. I see where you're coming from. I'm not gonna sit up here and try to debate, but I want you to see the intent, the spirit of the law, and the intent. See, we got two different categories we're looking at. We don't have voters fraud in Alabama, according to the Secretary of State. So I don't even see why this law would be necessary. See, the whole purpose of it is to, instead of enhancing the process, we want to limit the process of people. We ought to engage. We ought to be pushing young people coming out of high schools to get involved in the process, to learn the process of democracy. And the sooner they learn it, the more they'll get involved, and the more they get involved, the more they'll love it. See, we want to limit this process to just a few people and make it illegal to do the things that has been going on for decades, educating young people how to move forward in the process. And so, Ellen, I see where you are, and I hope that it doesn't go any further than right here, because you got your little school groups, your Sunday school people, your church groups have been doing this, and it's going to hurt them because they think.
It's not going to hurt them.
It's what they're thinking. Perception is reality. And when all these years they never had this process to tell them what they could and could not do. And this is perception is reality. So in this day and time, and what we're dealing with today, when we ought to be encouraging young people, we should be as elected officials, and I do every chance I get. I go to public schools and talk to civic classes, talk to government classes about the process. And that's what we should do. And you're saying I can't do that. I'm a legislator. I'm an elected official.
No, sir. That's not what the bill does.
But it's the process that you're making me think.
The bill is very
clear. That I'm walking across, I'm standing on shaky ground.
The bill is very clear, Representative.
It's
very clear.
I cannot carry out.
This doesn't affect anything that you're talking about right now.
None of the things I'm talking about.
It does not.
Well, what does it affect?
It affects public officials.
I'm a
who
public
run
official.
Elections. Are you over the conduct of the elections?
Oh,
process?
no.
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 You're not.
Oh, no. Only public official over the conduct probate judges and
Right.
Secretary of State.
And the circuit clerks.
Do
board
they
of
go out?
registrars,
Do they go out and
sheriffs, absentee
campaign?
election managers.
Do any of those
All this
people
bill does,
Do any
Representative,
of those people go out and
all
campaign?
this bill does
No.
is make sure it.
Is somebody in
they
your
cannot
district
take
campaigning like
private
that?
money. All these private groups are still free to go out and conduct their seminars.
Well, we're talking about
conduct
your
their voter outreach.
circuit clerk.
They still free to go out and conduct the voter
You
outreach.
don't want to talk about
anything
your
they want
circuit
to
clerk.
do.
You prohibiting your circuit clerks from doing this?
They cannot take private funding as it relates to.
You mean to tell me they've been getting paid?
They cannot take private
I
funding.
say I don't know anything about all this.
Process.
This is bringing it out. So what your bill say is something that's taking place.
Have you read the bill, Representative?
Yeah. You just told me what it does.
Have you read it?
No, I hadn't read the entire bill.
You hadn't read the entire bill?
I got the synopsis of it.
And we got
right
on
here.
to it a couple weeks ago by another
I
representative
got it right
about
here.
being accused of not reading bills and not paying attention.
Well, it's not that.
You telling me you hadn't read the bill?
I don't have to read the bill. I got my analyst to
My
read
goodness.
it. And they give me the report of it. And so that's what
Can't
I'm
believe
reading.
you haven't read my bill. It's a 4-page bill.
It's a so simple bill. So,
It's a 4-page bill.
4-page bill.
Very clear.
But it targeting certain people.
And it's not. It is making sure
It
our
targeting
elections are safe,
circuit
and
clerks,
secure,
you said.
and out of influence of private money.
What about those good people that they're taking money from people to go out and sponsor education on voters' rights?
Private individuals, private citizens.
You got circuit clerks that are doing that. We don't
Private,
have that.
I didn't say that. Private
Well,
individuals,
you're
private
addressing that
organizations
issue, so
are still able to
It has
go
to
out.
be
It does
something
not
that's
affect
taken
them.
place.
This bill does not affect them. You know that. You know
Something
this
like
bill
that has
doesn't
to have
affect
taken
them.
place for you to come up with this bill.
It doesn't affect them.
Because really, in my district, I have none of these things are happening.
I tell you what we need to do. Why don't you just read the bill while we're here?
I can do that right here.
Yeah.
Many
Won't take long to read
governing
4 pages.
organizations work with their local probate judges to ensure that our elections are secure.
Now don't read your talking points. Read the bill.
This is the bill. I'm just putting it in paragraphs.
Oh, okay.
Efficient and accessible. So you have some people that really don't want the probate judge to get involved in the process other than counting the votes when they come in. If that's what you're saying. Making sure that the votes are counted.
It is
making sure that the elections are proper.
It is the duty of the election officials.
And that's
to make sure
exactly
we
what
have
they
safe,
have been
secure,
doing.
Safe, secure elections.
In my district and in my surrounding areas, we haven't had anything to come out like this before. And what's so significant, they told me, Thomas said, I don't know where he's coming from. I said, well, maybe you know, but he know where he's coming from because maybe you have somebody that have done something of this nature. And that's usually what bills will do. When we have bills that we draw up that somebody has brought to our attention that maybe these things are occurred, and we want to make sure that we put a stop to it. But in my area, I'm just telling you, we haven't had that issue. We have good, clean elections, and and the greatest thing about it, what I want to say for our Secretary of State, when he was challenged by the pillow guy, he stood firm and said, Alabama have perfect what? Then he said they're transparent, our elections are fair and proper. So I want to remind the pillow guy, if he's out there listening by way of internet, that we in Alabama we don't go along with conspiracy theories. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. All right, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Blount County, Representative Standridge. Be the third person speaking on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. First of all, you served as a probate judge before coming to this body, and I served as a probate judge before coming to this body, and we worked together on some things
Yes.
back in that time.
Sure did.
And I know that
we serve together as probate judges together.
That's right.
Yeah.
And and during my service, I know that, I was, the chief election official for our county, oversee numerous elections. I know that you did the same thing. During that time, what I can say is, I always had proper funding through the government process. I had proper funding to fund what we needed to do to have the secure elections, to conduct those, without any private monies or any type of influence that may come along with that. Did you have the same experience when you were probate judge?
We always had what we needed. We didn't go without. And listen, I'm like you. These probate judges and circuit clerks and absentee election managers and board of registrars and poll workers, they're the ones that have the duty to make sure our elections are safe and secure and transparent, and they do a great job at it. And that we just need to make sure there's no private funding getting commingled with public funds as it relates to the administration of our election laws.
And I've reviewed this, I've read this bill and reviewed it and looked at it a few times. And, what I see in it is what your goal is to keep integrity in our system.
Correct.
To make sure that we keep that integrity of that we conduct the elections and we're not having some outside group or something come in and affect that integrity. Am I right?
And it's about, the perception too. I mean, and we just want to make sure that our elections are we want to make sure we put a firewall up, more firewalls to make sure our elections are safe and secure. That's what the bill is all about.
And it's really targeted. I mean, this bill, when you read it, it's targeted to those few people that conduct these elections. I mean, just like the ones you've named over and over again so far, it only affects them. And the way I read the bill, they're the only ones that can get a penalty for it, right?
Right.
I mean, those election officials that you've named, those few, are the only ones to get a penalty. Nobody else is under a penalty.
Those private organizations, it does not affect them. They're still free to go do their voter registration, education, and outreach.
And they're the only ones, the few, and those officials that are doing that, they're the only ones that are under a possible crime if they was to take the money from somebody that they shouldn't, and from an outside organization that is coming in and trying to help fund election process or whatever that the official is doing. That official only.
Correct.
So, in my opinion, what you're doing is just trying to ensure integrity. It's integrity in our election and our process, and making sure that those officials know I'm going to use the resources we have in the government and conduct these elections, impartial, and do everything the right way. And this just makes sure that they know that they can't take that. So it puts that wall up.
Right.
You can't take that outside influence or private money. That's the way I read this bill.
Correct.
And from my experience as probate judge and being chief election official, I support this bill. I think it's a bill that will help ensure integrity in our elections, and I support it.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. The fourth person speaking on the BLR will be the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Hassel.
I'd like to thank the speaker for the recognition. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Well, I saw this bill in committee, and you already know I disagreed with it.
I understand.
Because of the fact that we got, I live here in Montgomery, and you're dealing with a population of over 200,000 people. And so our probate judges, and we just did redistricting in special session. So all our judges and election centers have a budget. And I just imagine up to the point of everybody that moved, everybody that went somewhere, they get these white cards through the mail. And a lot of times, if they run out of money, a lot of people don't get them, they don't know where to go vote at. Because of the fact they use the private money to help voters to understand you got a new precincts, because if precinct changes, sometimes we use churches or we used to use schools. So we stopped using schools, started using churches. So if the money run out in the budget that they have, which is they need more money. That's why they reached out to these private entities to use those funds. So now they're going to have to struggle to the point of we cannot reach voters to bring in, to get their new address or to be aware or the new precinct where they got to vote at. I got a business, and I had a customer that came inside my business, and he sat down, and I'll tell you this was the first time it was ever done, and that money was used through private money. On a radio station, it was I believe it was the Secretary of State office, or maybe it had been a probate judge. I think that, but he heard that he needed to go vote on the radio, the media, and that money, private money, was used to do that. He was not aware he needed to go vote. I tell you this, and he's a Republican, Joe Tucker. I call him Joe Tucker, that's his nickname. But because of that money was used, people were aware to go vote. In the job description, I tell you, of every election center director, mapping and addressing, voter registration, election judge program, data entry, mail ballot processing, customer service, voter outreach, election coordination, communication, documentation, and record requests. This is a job description of an election director. So now, if he only got a budget, I'm just giving a number, if he only got a budget of $100,000, but to do what he need to do his job, it costs $180,000. This can affect a lot of urban areas, Mobile, Birmingham, Huntsville area, Mobile area, because of the fact that when you were a probate judge, you probably had enough funds to do it. But this will hurt these major cities in Montgomery because of the fact that we have lack of funds. That's why they had to reach out. And the integrity where we'll lose in this process is the fact that you have understaffed. Right now, our election center only have 3 employees. You got the election director and 2 females that's working in the whole center. So people that's working the elections, tell me how they were using private money to help bring in people to help do the job. Now we lose the integrity of our process. Man, it's America. We are built on democracy. We are built to encourage everybody to go vote. And now we want to restrict that process through not using private funds, and I just totally disagree with that. You know, because this will hurt us. This is going to hurt Montgomery. We already got voter apathy already. And now we're going to have so much confusion because of the fact of lack of resources. If this bill passes, and I encourage every member, because this is an election year, and it's going to be a serious problem, a lot of confusion to the point of people not be discouraged, lack of poll workers, because we got almost 60 precincts in Montgomery County. We got 60 precincts, and we can't afford to put in probably 30, 40, and we have to use extra money to put in the other 20. And this will cause a problem. And that's all. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. All right, members, the question now is go ahead and let's vote on the BIR. If you are in favor of the BIR, your vote will be aye. If you opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Voting on the BIR. All the members voted. All the members voted. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 72 yeas, 28 nays, 0 abstentions, and the BIR is adopted. All right, and Representative Allen, we're back on the bill now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Got a floor amendment.
All right, and the clerk received the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 194 by Representative Allen.
And Representative Allen, explain the amendment.
Yes, sir. Probate judges and other election officials reached out to me and asked if we would consider a friendly amendment as it relates to if there was another health emergency that was proclaimed. Certainly hope not, but if something like COVID-19 came along again, we want to make sure that we get this covered under this bill. But it basically states, if a state public health emergency is proclaimed, donations of items for the preservation or protection of the public health to be used by voters and election officials may be accepted by the office of the governor for distribution to each judge of probate. So, for instance, like hand sanitizers, masks, partitions, like we saw in the last election, we want to make sure we get that covered if another public health emergency is proclaimed by the governor.
Okay. All right, members, you've heard explanation of the amendment offered by the sponsor of the bill. It's on the floor. And the chair will recognize now the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jen, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Just with your amendment,
Mm-hmm.
and I talked with you last night about this bill, and you were saying there were some counties that received outside funds. And just with the amendment you got, what happened if you got a small county, economically depressed, and they need these things and they don't have the fundings for them? They might need help in...
What kind of things? I'm sorry.
You're talking about hand sanitizer. We need to keep that all the time. But beyond that, suppose they need just paper supplies or things just to do their day-to-day work. And with the revenues coming into the county, they don't have those funds. Because I understood you to say you had several counties that accepted monies, but I never got the clarity as to what they used those outside funds for. Did they use them to help them do their day-to-day routine, or what did they use those funds for? Because that's similar if they need hand sanitizer, if some type of health emergency come up, then that ought to be in a budgetary item also. So why would they need to accept that from other people when the monies that they got was probably monies they needed to carry out their day-to-day function and to make sure they had a smooth election? So,
What did they use the money for? Are you
Yeah.
asking me about those 7 counties that accepted the private grants in
Right.
the 2020 election? Well, we don't know because it was a private grant. There was no accountability that came along with that private funding back during 2020.
But did you
So,
go in to ask?
I did not ask.
And
because-
see, I think like that was important because
But-
suppose the monies that they got was just to make sure that they had all of the resources that they need. Because I can understand with small counties, and I can understand with large counties, you just don't get the revenues that you think you're going to get. Because I could look at like the Jefferson County. Yeah, we provide a lot of jobs, but I can promise you more than 50% of the people that work in Jefferson County don't pay any kind of taxes in there. Other than they might could get some occupational tax, but most of them don't buy no gas in Jefferson County, but they work there. They don't spend any other monies to generate revenues that would probably come to help the election officials make sure they have all of the resources that they need. And since there was no investigation done to determine what resources they might have spent the outside monies for. And I know the list of things that you say that they should not do, but why didn't we find out what they really spent it for, rather than coming up with the list? Because it's hard for me to believe that you got election officials. When I looked at the list, you said the things they shouldn't be doing. It's hard for me to see them putting out some kind of signage as it relates to election. That's one of the things that they should not use monies for that you got listed there. And I looked at mail-outs. Well, Normally, during election year, we do get that mail out from the Secretary of State to let us know where our polling places is, what elections are going to occur in our county. So some of the things that are listed as the list of things that you got, I would have thought that to make that list, you would have investigated in these counties to make sure when they got those outside dollars, what did they use them for? Because suppose we have another pandemic like you have with your amendment, instead of people giving them wipes and hand sanitizer, suppose they give them the monies to purchase those items. Then they wouldn't be able to accept the money, but they can accept if you give them some bottles of hand sanitizer. So, you know, I think that it concerns me that there was no investigation done, but we arbitrarily come back and say that it was wrong what they did when we don't know what they spent the monies for. And I think that that's probably should have been the first step, because I do remember you saying it was several counties that accepted those outside grants and funding, but there was no indication that they used those fundings to help any specific candidate to get elected. So, you know, that raises concerns that we can, if I need hand sanitizer because of a pandemic, and some companies say, well, we'll just make a donation for you to buy that hand sanitizer. They wouldn't be able to take the donation, but if they wanted to donate the items, they could. And I think that that's a problem, because some people might just want to give them the money. And I do think that if this is what several counties did, that we need to investigate it before we just lower the hammer and punish everything. I heard Mr. Jackson, when it talks about their election was pretty fair, and then Secretary Merrill, you know, brags about how transparent the elections were in the state of Alabama. But I would rather that we do an investigation and find out what did they use those funds for, rather than we make assumptions that they used them for mail-outs and to help somebody to get elected, because we don't have that evidence to prove that. So, you know, I wish we could reconsider this, and even with the amendment, that if somebody wants to give funding, if there was a pandemic, rather than to put those supplies there. And the person might say, we don't want to go out and buy the supplies. We want you to have the monies to buy them. But because of the amendment, they can accept supplies but not monies. They can't take a grant to go buy the same thing. So the company will have to send somebody, or the foundation will have to send somebody out to buy the hand sanitizers or whatever else they needed if we had another pandemic or health emergency to come along. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I know you didn't pay me no attention.
No, I listened to you.
I hope the public did, so they can understand that there are better ways to solve some of the problems that we encounter in this state than just lowering the hammer. You know, like I told you last night, you the teacher, well, that just because old John cuts up in class all the time, everybody in the class has to suffer. And that's the way I look at this bill, because you could possibly have had some bad actors, but we didn't do an investigation to prove that. Then we just lower the hammer and put restrictions on everybody. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Chair thanks the lady. The chair now recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Coleman. And we're still on the floor amendment offered by the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. And this will be one of the few times I'm not going to use all of my 10 minutes, because I do actually have a question on the amendment itself.
Okay.
Can you read the amendment one more time for me, please? Because I thought the speaker was going to call me right away, so I had it good and fresh, so I need to hear it one more time.
Notwithstanding this section, if a state public health emergency is proclaimed, donations of items for the preservation or protection of the public health to be used by voters or election officials may be accepted by the office of the governor for distribution to each judge of probate, provided written notice of that donation is published on the governor's website and transmitted by press release to a media outlet in each county no more than 21 days and no less than 10 days prior to the distribution of the donated items. The written notice shall include the full name, address, and phone number of the donor and list of items including descriptions and quantities and the dollar value. Items shall be distributed to each of the 67 counties equally. The governor may transfer the items to the office of the Secretary of State for distribution after publication of notice.
Okay. Thank you for reading that to bring it fresh back to me again.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and the purpose of having all of those people's names listed is,
The donors
yeah, so whoever.
providing the donations.
All right. So, you gave an example when you first started reading that, which was partitions and.
Yeah, like that, or a
Yeah,
hand
yeah.
sanitizer, mask, or whatever.
Okay, so if we can accept donations such as partitions, hand sanitizer, what is this here, antiseptic spray, or whatever we need, what's the difference then accepting the monetary donation for then the governor's office to purchase the things? What's the difference?
I don't know that there is a difference, but we want to make sure that the donations are in hand and make sure that we're not,
Well, money can be in hand.
well,
So a financial donation could be made to purchase partitions, hand sanitizers,
we want to make sure we have a centralized
chairs,
location.
so
I guess
people,
it's just
you
a
know,
centralized location of items
don't even have an
to
issue
be
with that.
dispersed
That wasn't my issue.
to the various 67 counties.
But if the governor office can be a good steward of partitions, hand sanitizer, wipes, chairs, or whatever, can they also be a good steward of a grant or some dollars that came in to then distribute out to the various probate judges? I'm just trying to get it. I'm trying to understand it.
No, I think the amendment is strong, and I think the donations of items is what we need to stick with on this.
So instead of a monetary donation, the governor needs to go get a big old warehouse now, big old warehouse that somebody's still going to have to pay for to put these items in, when
Not necessarily.
it could have been a monetary. I mean, if we're talking about partitions for across the state, there's 67 counties. In my county, actually, it's 2 counties within one. We have 2 probate
I
judges.
know you do.
So, and one of them speaks highly of you, and really had an opportunity to have a conversation with Judge Nafter about you. But Judge Friday speaks highly of you.
Yes.
But so instead of the governor's office or whomever having to then take in these, actual donations of partitions for 68 counties, right? And hand sanitizer and chairs or whatever.
Doesn't necessarily need to be in one centralized location.
I don't have an issue with the one centralized location. I just don't understand
said it
the
had to be a
difference
warehouse.
between. Well, it's gonna have to go somewhere.
They can drop
We
ship
don't have any
They
space
can
in
be
this
drop
building.
shipped from the company to the individual counties.
So, but you
Equally
just, no,
distributed.
that's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said the centralized location was the governor's office or
Well,
whatever
that's
you
who's-
had in that amendment.
That's who's accepting the donations. That's who's accepting the donations.
But they also could take in monetary donations that then could be distributed amongst the counties, and then the various counties could get what they actually need. Because I'm in Jefferson, we might not need the
Yeah, I know
same.
where you're headed with it.
We might not need the same type of
But this
partition.
This is about accountability, and I believe this is a amendment that offers good, strong accountability with
trying-
donations.
So
of
they're
items.
okay with taking in the governor
items.
that a lot of you all support. We don't trust her with the money, but we trust her. You all. I said you all. I did say that. I did not even say y'all. I said you all. Although an English teacher one time told me that not to say that. Some of y'all don't know that I'm not like indigenous from Alabama, although I sound like I am now. When I first came here, I just could not say y'all. So I would say you all the time. And the teacher told me, quit doing that. Don't say you all. So, but that same governor, and I like her a lot too, personally. We can trust her with those items, but we can't trust her with money. I'm just trying to figure it out. Doesn't make sense to me.
We got a strong amendment. It's about accountability.
I would disagree, because if we are going to take those things in the event, and I really hope that we don't have, I really hope we don't have anything. I mean, we're still in the midst of something right now. People walk around like we're not, but we are still in the midst of COVID. But in the event that we have another incident like what we had in 2020, whatever government it is, because hopefully this one will, I mean, if it comes out, it'll be termed out or whatever the case may be. I hope I'm not even here then. That person, we would trust them with the stuff, but not with any money to distribute it. And that just doesn't make sense to me. And I said I wasn't going to use my full 10 minutes, so I'm going to be a woman of my word. And I guess I'm going to go over here and sit down and think about what I'm going to do with this amendment that just simply doesn't make sense to me.
It's a good amendment.
Thank you. Not to me.
Chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Mayor Jones. Speaking, we're still on the floor amendment offered by the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. And Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
While we were talking about amendments, I got a letter a little earlier today, or email a little earlier today, from a lady named Ms. Barbara Manuel, who is the president of the National Federation of the Blind, Alabama affiliate. And what she says is the language is vague enough to be interpreted in a variety of ways. The blind community and other citizens of Alabama rely on organizations that provide voter education and other vital information so everyone can make informed decisions during elections. She is concerned that the groups that's been helping the blind and been assisting them in the election process would be affected by the legislation.
Well, Mr. Representative, I don't think the language in this bill is vague at all. I think it's very clear in its intent. Did she give an example of the vagueness?
I think that there are several nonprofits that transport them, help them to the polls. And
this bill doesn't affect that.
She said a lot of her members do not vote absentee by choice. They would rather be taken to the polls. Sure. And there are groups who do political education with them and then take them to the polls, and she's concerned that that service wouldn't be available under the bill.
This bill would not affect that at all.
Okay.
Any private organization that wants to help that school and those individuals or that organization is still free to do that under this piece of legislation. It doesn't affect them at all.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And the chair thanks the gentleman.
Yes, sir.
The chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond. She in the chamber. Okay, all right, let's go on to the next one. We'll come back to her. The gentleman from Jefferson County, Representative Rogers, on the floor amendment. Okay, we'll recognize you on the bill then. Okay, all right. And the gentleman from Marengo County, Representative Jackson, speaking on the floor amendment. Yes, sir. You. So, gentleman from Marengo County, Representative McCampbell. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I was afraid that someone had moved over there in my place named Jackson. So, I was confused there. That's the reason I stood there for a minute. Will the gentleman yield?
Sure. It's your 10 minutes.
For 10 minutes?
No, it's your 10 minutes.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay. I think the amendment goes a long ways. What is that?
It's some.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the amendment goes a long ways in terms of clarifying some of the things that can occur.
Yes, sir.
And, you know, with the health issue, especially since we did just go through a pandemic.
Yes, sir.
In that amendment, though, I think we also need to look at a few other things. When a pandemic hits, you know, one of the things that I'm concerned about is whether or not we have the ability to let people know where they are to vote. You know, there are, all of us that went through this pandemic, we all had a lot of things that we were trying to adjust to. So, yeah, this amendment will help with that. But, and maybe I'm probably wanting to be more on the bill right now, but what about situations, and you can tell me about this, when a individual or a county has only 3 people that are working.
In a
But
precinct? In a
yeah.
particular precinct?
Not just in a precinct, but they have just 3 people that are working in the courthouse, in the clerk's office, because I had a lot to
The
deal with.
absentee election
that.
manager, circuit
Yes.
clerk? Okay.
Yeah, I had over this pandemic, we had an influx of absentee ballots. And what about the people that are having to stay? And election officials do not have enough funding to pay these people. What are we doing? What are we going to do about those kind of issues?
Well, it goes back to priorities. And I know that what your example is about not having enough funding, but it goes back to your priorities. But the state of Alabama covers those expenses. Even Mr. Merrill recently said that I got the quote here. Got it here someplace.
So the state of Alabama then is obligated to
covers those election expenses.
So as one of my
Yeah.
colleagues was pointing out, the need to mail out to this would be the voter registrars, the need to mail out the changes in voting precincts and things of
We just
that
went
nature.
through redistricting, so the Board of
Yes.
Registrars right now are mailing those cards out to anybody that may have been affected by the changes at the local level, right?
Okay.
So that's what's going out now, and that process is taking place right now in Pike County. I've talked to my Board of Registrars all the time, and so they're going through that process.
And that is right now.
Mm-hmm.
And when we get to the next election, and we have
in May.
these, well, not the one in May, but I'm talking about the one in 24.
Okay.
Once we get to those areas, how are we going to still have the funding? And
right.
I guess you're saying that the state of Alabama is responsible for putting on an election.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Correct. I mean, I can read you Mr. Merrill's quote. It says, he made it in a news article recently, last day or so. We made it clear, quote, we made it clear to every county in the state, all 67 counties in the 2020 election cycle, if you need resources for any purpose in the 2020 election cycle, you just need to ask us for them. Tell us what you need them for, and then we'll provide it. And then he went on and he said, however, some counties were overzealous, and whenever somebody is standing there with the dollar bills, they want to stick their hand out and say, we would like to have those resources, end quote. That's what he said. He said that if the counties we just asked, they would take care of it.
Okay. Now, the other thing then is, what about those educational components? I know we have organizations that will put on a voter education seminar, and they bring Secretary Merrill in, or they bring the election officials in. What about those type of things? Because
If a probate judge is asked to come give a talk on voter registration, voter whatever, they're free to do this under this bill. They just can't get compensated for it. There can't be private money going to help put on that seminar by the probate judge. So if the League of Women Voters had a seminar and they asked the local probate judge, hey, can you come talk about whatever aspect about the election? They're free to go do that, but they can't get paid and compensated for it.
Okay. Well, I want to come back on the bill. I just wanted to get some clarification on this part.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Dallas County, Representative Chestnut.
Where you been all session?
Been up there on the 6th floor.
Okay. I knew I'd been missing you.
The first question, this gentleman yield.
Sure.
Okay, first question I have for you is what is the pernicious evil that you seek to chastise with this bill? What is the
rephrase?
Is this because of Mark Zuckerberg?
Well, we saw in the 2020 election how the Zuckerberg money went to the private nonprofit, who then funneled it to over 2,000 counties around the country.
Okay.
And that private money went to these local jurisdictions responsible for the conduct of election administration.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with a case called Citizens United versus the Federal Election Commission? Let me say this. It was a case that came out around 2010.
Is that the one that went to the Supreme Court?
The Supreme Court, the 5-4 decision. And one of the holding out of that case was that the First Amendment does not distinguish or differentiate between people and corporations, right?
Right.
So a nonprofit corporation has just as much right to speak.
That's a campaign finance issue, right?
Right? Huh?
That's a campaign finance issue, right?
No, this is a First Amendment holding. Okay.
But it deals with campaign finance.
That case,
correct?
yeah, but you do understand that Supreme Court cases are not finite and just dealing with one little piece of the law, because if it did, they wouldn't be Supreme Court cases. It's about being broad and sweeping and powerful and speaking for the nation, right? So my point is that the First Amendment, right, gives people the right to speak with their money.
This bill does not affect private organizations or private citizens.
Okay, but
from going out and educating the public on voter outreach, voter registration, and other things as it pertains to the elections process.
But you're saying that Zuckbucks are wrong, or in one of my counties, in Perry County, they received an Arnold Schwarzenegger grant, and it helped my clerk tremendously in being able to have what she needed in a poor county to do what needed to be done, right? So,
I don't, in my opinion, it shouldn't be liberal money or conservative money, private money coming into the local jurisdiction responsible for elections. We just don't, I'm putting up a firewall for no private money to enter these probate offices, circuit clerk offices, or board of, that's the firewall we're seeking to place.
I mean, do you think that the probate
private nonprofits are still free to go do their voter education? This bill does not affect them. This is a very limited bill. It's very clear in its intent.
So what does the probate judges or the clerks do that's so wrong by accepting money to help, with their office being able to educate the public? How is that a wrong? Shouldn't that be something that should be celebrated?
Well, my philosophy is it's the candidate's job to do and these nonprofits to do the education. The job of the probate judge, circuit clerk, absentee election manager, and board of registrars is to run the elections in a safe and secure manner.
Okay, but what I'm still trying to figure out, you're still limiting.
Well, this is a limited bill.
People's speech.
No, it's not.
You're saying they can't. They can't.
It does not limit people's
support getting out the vote. That's what you're saying.
No. The private nonprofits, any private citizen is still free to go do on their own about voter education and voter outreach. But that money cannot go through a local jurisdiction.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that the First Amendment is implicated in this, right? So you just can't say, oh yeah, we just don't like this money going here. Tell me what's the wrong that comes out of this by, I don't know, Zuckerberg or George Soros or the Koch Foundation. Tell me what's so invidious and wrong and evil about do you have proof that the clerks or the probate judges are steering elections in an illegal manner?
Here's what the bill does. It's very clear, and we've talked about it before at this microphone. It's making sure we're putting up a firewall where no private money can flow into these public offices that are responsible for the conduct of our elections. I don't know how much clearer I need to say that these private organizations can still go do voter outreach and voter education on their own. It doesn't touch them at all. It's not going to touch them.
Well,
it limits the public official who is responsible for the conduct of our election to accept private money.
Okay, but one of these same organizations could write a $100,000 check to the clerk or to the probate judge of said county, right? And you feel comfortable with that, right?
Repeat that. I couldn't.
I said these same companies or people could write a $100,000 check to said clerk or probate judge, and you don't see anything wrong with that, right?
I don't understand your question, Representative.
Well, you're saying that the money causes problems, but then I'm trying to find out what is the issue. What's the evil? What's the problem that you're trying to correct with this legislation?
To make sure we don't have any undue influence on our elections process. It's to put the firewall up to make sure no private funding comes into these local jurisdictions and these public officials who are responsible for the conduct of our elections.
And my question to you again is, you don't see any undue influence if somebody writes a $100,000 check to a candidate, right? There's nothing wrong with that
this bill does not affect campaign finance at all.
But you're fine with people writing $100,000 checks to people, right?
That's part of the process to help us get here.
Okay, but that's not undue influence. But if I write, if I'm a multimillionaire and I write $100,000 to the clerk,
it's two separate issues.
But it's restricting. The bottom line is it's restricting free speech. It's about you're trying to get. If someone's trying to get out the vote, and you're saying that we're putting parameters and restrictions on you to...
They're still free to get out the vote. They're still free to go do any kind of seminar they want to go do.
Well, people said the same thing about the poll tax to my ancestors. You just pay the poll tax and you'll be able to vote. It was a restriction. That's the point.
It's not the same thing. This is to make sure the firewall is up, Representative, to make sure no private funding enters these local jurisdictions that are responsible for the conduct of our elections.
Okay.
We don't want any influence from that outside money coming into these probate judges' office or circuit clerks. Private companies should not be helping to purchase our voting equipment.
But they can write you a $100,000 check, and that's just fine.
It's not the same issue. It's not the same issue. We're talking about the safe, secure conduct of our elections.
Well, are you alleging that the machines are pre-configured to?
No.
What was the name of those machines? I
don't know, what was it?
What was it? Dominion or something like that? Are you saying that that because these folks are paying for them, that they're buying faulty machinery to run the
Just
election?
saying as an example that private individuals or private companies should not be helping to buy machines. That is a core function of our government is to run safe and secure elections. Just like a core function of our government is public safety.
And it would be no problem for someone to, a private donor, because it's in the law, you can purchase equipment for a local police department and, no one will reject that, right? I don't see you saying that we don't.
Well, I'm here today to deal with the elections process. That's a
No,
whole
but I'm
separate
taking
issue.
your logic and I'm
That's a whole-
applying
that's a
it
whole
to
separate
other
issue.
scenarios, right? I mean, we're up here, we're lawmakers, right? We're making laws.
Yep.
And so when we make laws and we use logic, and I'm just using your logic to show you that, the First Amendment protects speech, right?
And the gentleman's time. Quorum check? Yeah, we'll take one. Let's see what we got here. Just a minute. Mr. Clerk, help me out here. All right. Yeah. With what we have upstairs and here on the floor, we got a quorum check. We're okay. Mr. Clerk? Did you get the two in the bathroom, John? Are we going to can we use those that go in the bathroom? Okay. And how about those standing right there in the hallway? Well, anyway, we've got the numbers here. So let's go ahead and continue. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
He's something else. Yeah, I know it.
All right, let's go to the next speaker. The lady from, let's see, she was here. I saw her here. The lady from Mobile, her light's still on. Is she on the floor? All right, let's go with the gentleman from Clark County, Representative Jackson. You're recognized. And Representative Rogers, they may be leaving after you said ask for the quorum count there. Let's go with you. Your light's on. Let's let you come down and speak. The gentleman from Jefferson is being recognized. Yeah, come on down. Let's speak. Yeah, we got the numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. We'll get in a minute.
Ring the bell. I want everybody to hear me, Mr. Speaker. There's nobody in here. We counted, and I haven't counted. How many, Mr. Clerk, how many we got in here, please? Can I ask you, Clerk, how many you count? Hey, better hurry out. Everybody in the bathroom better run to the bathroom.
There was 54 when he counted.
Beg pardon?
54 when he counted.
Okay, 54. Okay. Include who? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Okay, all right. I'm gonna take the clerk's word. There's 54 here, but if he verified 54, I don't count 54. We just counted. I don't see 54 in here. My eyes deceiving me or something like that. But I don't see 54 people in plus the chamber. Hey, somebody else count. I'm seeing double beard here, evidently. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not 54. I don't count 54.
Let's go ahead with our business at hand. We've got a quorum. We have a quorum.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. Well, I guess my elementary school teacher got to talk to me again because I don't count the 54, but I take the clerk's hand. But the irony about this bill is that why is the bill necessary? I mean, why do you think this bill is necessary?
Well, Mr. Rogers, I've been standing here a while, and
I know you have. I've stood in wheel sometimes for 8 hours.
Again, it's to make sure that there's a firewall where no private money can go to these state and local public officials in charge of running our elections. A core function of our government is to ensure safe and secure elections. These private individuals and private nonprofits are still free to go and do voter education and voter outreach. This bill does not impact them at all.
Well, do you feel our elections are unfair? I mean, I know our president, ex-president, said they were unfair. Do you feel our elections are unfair enough to have this kind of bill? Really, what does it do if a candidate, ain't that a candidate that want to have a tour bus come in and go and work? Why is this bill necessary?
It does not affect any candidate about voter outreach or voter registration. All it affects and limits is public officials that are in charge of our elections. They cannot accept private donations to help with election-related expenses.
Is the Secretary of State the bill aimed at the Secretary of State?
If you're not the Secretary of State, the probate judge, circuit clerk, absentee election manager, board of registrars, or a poll worker, this bill does not affect you at all.
All right. Well, does the candidate still have the... Let me ask you a question. I'm running for re-election.
Yes, sir.
All right. Right now, I can still send out voter canvassing and stuff like that. What does it affect for the
It doesn't affect you at all. You can certainly do that.
All right. Well, what is the core reason for the bill? What is the core of it does?
It's to make sure that private money does not come into these local jurisdictions to these offices that are over our elections. Probate judges, the circuit clerks, absentee election managers.
What do you consider private money? I mean, if I'm trying to raise, and Mr. Speaker, if he decided to run re-election, he gonna raise money from private sources.
It does not affect campaign finance. If you need to raise private money, you can still do that running for re-election.
So a candidate
It does not affect campaign finance.
Call everybody out. I know, my friends, grandmamas, and granddaddies.
You are still free to raise money.
And everything. Say I need some help to run my campaign.
You are still free to raise money. This does not affect campaign finance.
Well, who does it affect? The bill had to have some rationale behind it. So, what's the rationale behind who it affects? I'm serious about the bill.
I know you are. I hear you.
Well, who does it affect?
It makes sure that no private money can flow to these local jurisdictions, meaning your probate judges, your circuit clerks, your absentee election managers, your board of registrars. To help them run the election.
Hey, is my grandmother considered private? If I ask my grandmother, if I ask my next door neighbor for money, that's private. That's private sources.
Let's read section.
Read that section.
This is page 3, line 17. Notwithstanding any other law, no state or local public official responsible for the conduct of an election nor his or her employee may solicit, accept, or use any donation in the form of money, grants, property, or personal services from an individual or a non-governmental entity for the purpose of funding election-related expenses.
Stop right there.
Or-
Hey, read what you just said. And I know it's speaking running for re-election again now. God bless him, and I know he got other things going to do.
Are you responsible for the conduct of an election? Are you a probate judge?
Well, yeah. If I'm running an election, I'm responsible for I'm responsible for my election. Hey, if I'm running, I'm running the election. If
You
I'm
are
running,
not responsible for the conduct of an election.
if I'm campaigning for office,
You're running for this office.
This office,
Right.
I'm responsible for the people. I'm responsible. All right. Well,
This does not affect you, Representative.
Well, who does it affect? If it don't affect me, it don't affect everybody running for office. Who does it affect?
It affects any state or local public official responsible for the conduct.
Stop.
Responsible for the conduct
Stop
of the
it.
administration of our election
What
process.
you just said, any state or elected local official, you said that, right? You said any state. Say that again.
So that would be the Secretary of State as a state official. Your local officials are the probate judge, your circuit clerk, absentee election manager, board of registrars, poll workers, anybody that helps in the administration of the election laws.
Well, you just said any state official. We consider state officials, right?
That is not who this covers.
Well, that's what the bill says. The bill says any state. Read that part again, what you just said, and then you tell me what you just said again, how you interpret that.
Representative, this bill is
read that again.
This bill is very clear about what this bill lays out and what it does. The intent of the bill is to make sure it puts up a firewall where no private funding goes to any public official that is responsible for the conduct of our elections and the administration of our election laws.
I'm asking you a question. You sit here every day and make laws that affect folks.
You do too.
Yeah, both of us do.
Yeah.
See, so therefore, you are a public official. You exactly what the bill is saying. That's you. That's us. Read it again real slow for yourself, because it's very clear.
That's talking about the conduct of the election.
Just read it again.
The conduct of the election. It's very clear. It's very clear. The conduct of the election.
All right. Who was responsible for the conduct of your election when you ran for office?
Sir?
When you ran for office, who was responsible for the conduct of your election? Who was responsible? You were, right?
When I was probate judge, yeah. I ran the election in Pike County. I was the chief elections official.
Hey, I'm talking about you ran for the state representative.
I was the probate judge when I ran for state representative.
So if you want, it didn't affect you, right? As probate judge.
I was the chief elections official for Pike County for many years.
So what about as a state representative? It didn't affect you. You said, but that's not what you read. You said any elected official. That's what you read, and then you said now it doesn't affect you. But that's not what. That's what. If the speaker ran for office again, it would affect him.
It's not going to affect.
Why wouldn't it? When that's what the bill says.
I don't know how many more times I've got to
read it real slow, and then hey,
reading it slow going to make it easier to understand.
Read it slow, and then let it soak in what you're saying. Ledbetter can tell you. It'll affect him. Read it real slow.
He's bringing you into this.
Yeah, he elected official, isn't he? He's elected
official. The intent of the bill is very, very clear.
Irregardless of the intent of the bill, it still has the same intent. I mean,
And the gentleman's time. All right. Let's move along. The chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Would the gentleman, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
Would the gentleman yield? With that smile that you be giving me all the time. You don't have it right now. This is not a
10 minutes.
I know I got 10 minutes. I could talk in 10 minutes. Come on. Let's, Go ahead. I got it.
Doesn't the speaker have to recognize him?
Got to walk out. Huh?
Doesn't the speaker ever,
No, I'm not about to pass it on.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
You were bossing him around. I was just curious.
I told you I'm trying to be like Mike Jones.
Oh.
What part of this y'all ain't understanding?
She was. She was. She's directing traffic.
Now we want to do an official quorum call. Can we do a,
Yes, ma'am. We done one a while ago. We'll do another one.
yeah, let's do one.
Okay. All right.
Can
all right.
we do like a voice vote, so we can definitely know?
So are you bringing a point of order then for a quorum call? Is
Yes,
that
yes,
your
sir.
question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. We can respect that. All right, Mr. Clerk.
It still ain't gonna be enough. Miss Hall, come on. Woo, welcome.
So we got 50, 52, 50, 54. We've got 54 people here.
You saying let's work, but every time we count it, we not count 54.
You had one in the office there. You had one in the bathroom. Where you? But it's. I'm going to go with the clerk and number. And it's my call.
We'll go with the clerk.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Come on back to Mr. Allen until my people come back inside. You know, we don't have a lot of things that we can do when we are super minority, so we have to try to come up with some kind of strategies that we can use while we.
Listen, I understand. Use the
inside.
rules to your
Yeah,
benefit. I have no problem with that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Allen, can you please explain the bill to me again?
It's a 4-page bill. It doesn't take long to read. I'm assuming you've read it, correct?
I'm trying to be like my guys. You said what now?
It's a 4-page bill. I'm assuming you have read it, correct?
No, you can't assume.
Really?
I'm just down here asking you to.
Well, it's
you
your
know,
10 minutes.
Give me.
We're already at 6.5.
So you're not going to explain it?
Well, I've taken a lot of time explaining
asked the
bill, and
gentleman
you hadn't been
which-
listening. There was one of our colleagues, a couple of weeks ago, chastised us on this floor for not paying attention and not reading bills.
Okay, so
So
let's
you haven't read the bill?
Let's say I did read the bill, and let's say a standing ovation is in order. Let's say I did read it.
Okay.
And now I want you to
very
explain
clear.
it in your words because I didn't
The
understand
bill is very
it.
clear. Very clear.
Unless you don't understand
We're putting up, well, I didn't say it very
it.
clear.
Okay, well, give me what you got.
Well, it puts up a firewall where no public money can go to any state or local public official who is responsible for the conduct of our election. So if you are not a Secretary of State, the probate judge, circuit clerk, absentee election manager, board of registrar, or any poll worker, this bill does not affect you. Any private organization that wants to go out and do voter registration, voter education, they are still free to do this. This bill does not affect them in any way.
So it just affects the people who you just named. And what
Run the elections.
what kind of way does it affect them?
Ma'am?
How does it affect them? The ones that you just named.
They cannot accept private funding.
But I
and
heard you say that they can.
And as it relates to election-related expenses.
Okay, to just show you that I was actually kind of listening just a little bit.
And election-related expenses are payments and salaries or bonuses for election officials, board of registrars and poll workers, for election officials, board of registrars and poll workers, expenses related to equipment, ballots, printing, mailing, or transportation, expenses related to signage or media production, expenses relating to lectures, educational seminars, or events to train election officials, boards of registrars, or poll workers.
Okay,
Those are election-related expenses.
okay. So I guess that'll be something that you'll be ready to bring since, you know, I don't want to say it out loud, but you know. Right, see, there it goes.
It's a good bill. It's a strong bill.
Every time people come up, they always say the same thing.
It is a good bill.
This is a good bill,
It is.
or I'm glad
Y'all have
that
good
you,
bills, right?
that you brought the bill. We always say the same thing when we come down, but then you have people on the other side who say it's not such a good bill. But I guess when you have your mind made up to say that it's a good bill to you, and the others around you have their mind made up to say that it's a good bill to them, then the small percentage that's saying it's not such a good bill.
No, I hear you. I understand
then,
where you're coming from.
I have 3 minutes.
You sure do. 3
Yeah.
minutes and 40 seconds
Yeah. So what made you bring this bill?
to protect elections.
To protect elections from being what?
Make sure there is no private money coming to influence the local jurisdictions that are responsible for the conduct of our elections.
You sound like you're tired of repeating that.
Well, I've talked about it ad nauseum up here for a long
That's
time.
part of the process, though.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna tell you how we feel
I
when.
believe you haven't been listening.
Now, yeah, we be listening, but we still,
Really?
yeah, because we got to come in and we got to get this done because, your leader come with this little paper.
Ma'am?
Your leader come with this little paper, and then we
Maybe he has it. I don't know.
No, he hadn't came with it yet, and we're saying thank you for giving us this wonderful grace time to be able to come up and actually have this conversation with you. Glad to see you back smiling, because a minute ago I thought I was going to have to do something to you when we left this mic. I'm just playing, right?
I'm always smiling.
No, but it was a different type of smile. You was like, I don't want to answer none of these questions.
No, we're having a friendly conversation.
Okay, but it's a
dialogue.
Huh?
Right, dialogue.
Yes, yes. And it's been good. And I think this is the longest we had to talk.
Really?
Yeah,
No.
in passing.
No.
10 minutes. Now, we might talk for about 3 minutes or 4 minutes, especially if I see you in the hallway and I say, now, come on. What are you doing? Remember, that was like brief conversations, but this is like
It's a good conversation.
a 10-minute. We did have good conversations,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, we
and
had
you
good
always pass by.
I always speak.
Always smiling, smiling.
It's always better to smile, right?
It is. Even when you're upset, it's good to smile.
Yep.
Because guess what? It doesn't do any
Right.
good to be upset.
That's right.
Not at all. You see how I'm leaning up here? This Mike Jones. So I'm gonna let you have the rest of my time. Don't say it like that, because you make me feel like you don't want to keep talking to me. Because you like, all right, like go. I like that. Have a good day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Chair thanks the lady. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from DeKalb County, Representative Ledbetter. He's got the piece of paper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring a motion right to the previous question.
All right, the clerk received the
Motion in writing, Mr. Speaker. I move the previous question.
All right, members, the question before us now is going to be on the previous question. If you are in favor of this request, then your vote will be aye. If you opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 72 yeas, 18 nays, 0 abstentions, and the previous question does prevail. Now, members, we are voting on the floor amendment offered by the sponsor. And before we do that, that's right, we're going to have an opportunity for 10 minutes of speaking. And the chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
It's an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You're taking up my time. Representative, I really am not, I'm going to talk about the amendment, but that's not my focal point, but it seems that it takes me a hard time to get called to the mic. I've got a situation, I've been listening, I listened very intently, and I did read the bill. So I know that you believe every person has a constitutional right to vote, right?
Sure.
Okay. In my county, I got a letter, and I'm sure many of you in this house get these letters from inmates in the county jail who have not been adjudicated, so they're still presumed innocent. Am I correct? They still have a right to vote, correct?
If they hadn't been
They have not been to court. They have not been.
Yeah,
Okay, so they have a right to vote. So this is a real life incident. I get a letter from an inmate, then I get a letter and a call from his family members, and they said to me, now I know that you've been up here a minute, but please give me the respect. I've been waiting for a long time. But anyway, I get a call that this individual was not being allowed to vote. And by the way, the rest of the story, he did go to court and was found innocent. But in that meantime, I found out that none of those inmates in the county jail who's under the sheriff were being allowed to cast an absentee ballot. Thanks to my sheriff, my senator and I went to the sheriff, had a long 3 or 4 week meeting saying, how can we rectify this? He agreed, just like you did, that everybody who has a right to vote, that's their constitutional right, even those that are incarcerated in county jails. So the sheriff said to me, he said, Representative, I agree with you, but we cannot absorb the cost. We can do the absentee ballots here in the jail, set up the process and so forth, but we cannot absorb the mailing costs. Because we can't just go even though they're a deputy or the sheriff, he can't go to the election office and say, here's all of the absentee ballots from the jail, which was fine with me. I said, okay, let's set this up. And this happens in all of our jails because I called some other sheriffs. And so he was nice enough to set up a process so that those individuals would have a constitutional right to vote to cast an absentee ballot. My senator and I made an agreement with him. You don't have to pay for the postage. We will give you the money to pay for the postage. We'll even bring the stamps to you. We'll do whatever we need to do, but we feel those individuals deserve to vote. With that scenario, who would be in violation of the law that you're proposing? Me or the sheriff, who is in charge of elections?
I'm not familiar with the story. I've not heard this. First I've heard of it.
Well, sir, it's a real life story. I can bring my senator down here. We worked on this for a number of months.
I'm not doubting.
We brought an organization.
I'm not doubting that.
We went to the League of Women Voters. We went to others and said, guys, we need to make sure these folks are eligible to vote, that they can vote. They couldn't go out. And this young man, like I said, he was adjudicated. He was found innocent of the crime that he had been charged with. And that process continues till this day. Because of the agreement, we went and sat down with the sheriff very reasonably and said these individuals have a right to vote.
Sure they do.
Would the sheriff be in violation?
The sheriff?
Would anybody on his staff be in violation?
Be in violation? What do you mean by
of your law? If this law was passed, I'm trying to understand. You kept telling everybody about probate judges, election officials, and you mentioned the sheriff.
Yeah, the sheriffs are part of the process.
So here I am. I'm not a part of the law. I heard all the exchanges, so I'm not a part. But I want to make sure the individuals who are incarcerated in that jail are afforded the opportunity to vote. That's their constitutional right, the ones who have not been adjudicated. So with the sheriff agreeing to allow, and I'm going to use me, to say you will provide, because they don't have money. So I didn't want him to use that as an excuse. So would he be in violation if your law was passed?
If he took a private donation to help any part of the election process, it would be on the sheriff.
Do you think that's right? Here are these individuals. They've gotten in trouble. They are presumed innocent until they're found guilty. And they landed in jail. One of them had the good sense to say, and I know y'all get these letters because I get them all the time. And then his folks started calling me because they were in my district. So how is that right? If these individuals, you said earlier, they should be allowed to vote, but they can't go to the ballot box. Absentee voting is the only way that they can do it. I'm just showing where I think there's a flaw in what you're presenting today. That's all I wanted, because this is something real life. I've got it documented. I don't go in there anymore because they recognize it. But when they need stamps and whatever to mail those absentee ballots, we get them that funding, or we get them those stamps to be able to do that.
What about
you will be
family?
cutting off.
What about
you
family?
will be stopping
What about
in my
family?
jail right now.
Do they have family that can help them? What about
Is
family?
it the family's responsibility to allow that person to have the right to vote, or is
Family-
it government?
Family could.
It is government's right.
family
It is
couldn't bring them a stamp?
You cannot stand here. Well, put it in your law. Families can then go and get the private donations to the jail. I don't know.
They can.
I'm just
certainly go give
trying to
the
point out to
information
you a flaw that
to
I
their
see
loved one that happens to be
all
in
of
jail.
us in this house, everybody in this house, we've got a county jail. And there are in my county, sometimes it goes as much as 1,000 people. And they have not been adjudicated.
Can he not buy a stamp from the commissary? Do they not have ability to do that?
Now, Representative.
I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm
I
just
don't.
asking.
All I
haven't heard the
know is
story.
this individual
I'm just
said,
dialoguing with you. I don't
Representative,
know.
I want to vote. It's my constitutional right. Nobody, especially those that are incarcerated in county jails throughout this state, should have that thing over their head that they cannot vote. We shouldn't make it harder. What if they don't have family members? Have you ever thought of that? Then who do you go to? This individual had a family member, but there are many in the jails that don't. And again, I don't think the sheriff, I actually was happy. We sat down for 3 meetings, 3 months, we talked to the sheriff and worked out a process to allow those individuals the opportunity to vote. And I said I wasn't going to take all of this, so I think I'll end now, but seriously, that's a flaw. Sheriff shouldn't be put under that kind of penalty when it's about the constitutional right to vote. No fraud, they're incarcerated and they're behind bars.
And the chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have some comments I'd like to make later, but I'll do them later. Are you able to tell me what personal service is? I do have an amendment. And if you would look on page 1, line 12, if you would delete property or personal services. I could not find a description. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I could not.
You said page 1, line what?
Page 1, line 12, delete property or personal services, and in lieu thereof, the following, or property. And so the thing, tell me then, what does personal?
Go, and I'm going to allow you to go ahead and talk about your amendment. We cannot accept an amendment based upon the fact.
Well,
that
Mr. Speaker, you were aware that I had an amendment.
And we've been trying to work with you and him to
No,
try to
you-
see,
you
he was
sent a
going to, he
message.
was not accepting any amendment.
But it doesn't matter, Mr. Speaker, it's
Go.
my right.
Yeah, go.
I have a right to offer it, to take that from me.
Not after the previous question, you don't.
I understand.
You know
but
the
I'm
rules.
saying I understand the rule, but
Yes, ma'am.
that process that you used by sending Mr. Tuggle up to ask me if I had talked to him and he had gotten an amendment.
That was part of it.
That was part of it, but you never came back and said to me, oh, we're not going to let you offer that amendment. The message I get from him is he doesn't accept the amendment. There's no
Go
place.
ahead.
There's
Go
no
ahead. Go
place.
ahead and talk about it there for a minute.
There is no place. When you look for personal service, look under the definition for personal service. What does that mean?
Page 1, line 12, right?
Right. What does it mean?
Property or personal services, I'm assuming that would mean transportation.
That's what you're doing. There is no I couldn't find, I went to Wexel. I looked for the personal service, a service based on intellectual manual effort of an individual, as for salary or wages, rather than a sizable product. That's one. There is nothing, went through all of this information, and so you have an arbitrary word that's listed in this particular
That's in the
definition.
synopsis.
It
All right.
is, but it
And
also
the
is on
ladies'
that
time.
Not in the laws,
Mr.
synopsis.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I would like to express my displeasure at the way in which this was handled. Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am. All right, members, let's go ahead. And the question before us is now going to be on the amendment that was offered on the floor by the sponsor. If you are in favor of this amendment, your vote is aye. If you oppose, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 72 yeas, 28 nays, 0 abstentions, and the amendment is adopted. Now, members, we're on final passage of House Bill 194 as amended. If you're in favor of this bill, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 72 yeas, 28 nays, 0 abstentions. And House Bill 194 is passed. Yes, sir. Chair thanks the gentleman. All right, and the chair recognizes Representative Kitchens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House leave the journal open until such time as the clerk completes his paperwork, at which point we will stand in adjournment until Tuesday, March 15th at 1 p.m.
All right, you've heard the motion before you. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, I think the ayes have it. We are adjourned, members.